Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to today's action as we begin things off for our second day of the CKNA Summer Nationals. You're a Kart Chaser. I'm Justin Prince alongside Brett Boldeck as we get set to go for the continuation of round number 2. It's the continuation of the Coyote Senior Heavy class with Owen Lloyd, Randall Potter, Sobiak, and Kilgo in the front four spots. Frank Settles, Ben Lida, along with Hickman and more amongst those inside the top 10 for this restart of the race, essentially after the first completed lap. Mitchell, Kleiss, Sabota, as well as so many others are going to be in this field. And Brett, realistically speaking here, it's going to get interesting here because we have 6 laps to go, with technically speaking that were originally indicated for the drivers, but it's going to be an interesting day for these drivers as a whole as they're looking to try and make sure they're ready to go with the weather situation again.
Yeah, if you were not with us yesterday, this heat started and it started raining until the heat, and it was calamity as drivers were spinning. And, oh my goodness, you could see someone actually just spun off the track already. I think took out one of the barriers. That's kind of what we saw yesterday during the race. So very similar conditions, I think, today. Going to keep an eye to the sky. But these guys put on a great show yesterday. Randall Potter, one of the ones that came in from the back, didn't qualify yesterday. I'm expecting some of the same action here today.
And it's got an interesting terms of not only that, it started spitting rain just before the start of this race. Drivers are already trying to make sure they're ready to go. Racing here, we'll have more information in a moment because they're already about to go. Grace, stand by.
Yeah, thanks, Justin. As our senior heavies were pulling out onto the track, we had one driver that was changing tires on grid as everyone else was firing up, and that's the number 19 in the back. But we do have 3 drivers, the number 9, 19, and 55, that are starting this race on scrubs. But the sky has already cleared up and the sun's starting to peek out, so we'll see if that works out for them. Back to you guys.
Keep an eye on that. That includes drivers like Matt Lida. You have Linus, amongst some of those underway here for the green flag as we go racing once again for this field. As you can see, much of the field keeping it a little bit more patient to start with the current situation. But right now, it's single file, much of the pack here, Brett.
Yeah, I think it helped a little bit of the intensity when they restarted this race single file. I'm surprised, with the tire situation, considering how dry the track looks. But we'll see if anyone has any issues with grip here throughout this heat this morning. But Settles, it looks like Lloyd and Potter continue to lead here early on in this event.
Yeah, and for this entire choo-choo train of karts, it's going to be important to try and build up the runs here, if you will. It's going to take a little bit of time. We're seeing that right now with a couple drivers at least doing exactly that. So, such as Kilgo trying to make some moves. Everyone else waiting to see when the best place to go is. How about right now for the race lead? Some side-by-side popping up with Potter taking the point. Now has the run. Sobiak trying to do the same thing in the 23.
Yeah, Potter, again, was one of those yesterday. Admitted he does not like the wet, so he did not qualify, and he he really made a ton of passes in the first heat yesterday. And look at him in the lead today. He should, if this holds out, have a good starting position for the main event later on this afternoon.
I think so as well. Remember, this is going to be the interesting part of today. Originally, remember, these races were to be yesterday. Obviously, a whole new different day. You're talking about a turnaround time, looking at this race now to where it is on the schedule, of about 2 hours, give or take. That's a pretty quick turnaround. You have to make sure your setup's ready to go for the chance to win in the Summer Nats.
Yeah, and we see some RG Bargy in the corner there you know, those curves are so aggressive in the S-shaped corner. We saw one driver get both wheels off the ground, and we talked about that yesterday. If you get that corner wrong, you lose all your momentum down this straightaway here as Potter continues to lead, but he has a long train of drivers behind him.
Yeah, a whole choo-choo train, as we've talked about. I know it's everyone's favorite phrase sometimes, but it is kind of true. But it's about trying to find your way to the next car, if you will. Like Lloyd's trying to do. Didn't work there as we work our way through the laps. As you can see, showing lap 3 here. Again, where this race was restarted based on the finishing order, the first lap completed. Essentially, this was per the memo yesterday. Any drivers that went off for a mechanical issue were permitted to rejoin the heat at the rear end of the field. So that's the big thing about this here, Brett, was this race had a mulligan, I guess you could so to speak say, with the restart if you were one of those that were a part of that chaos yesterday.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty unique situation, and I think the race officials tried to make it as even as a playing field for everyone as possible. You know, as you mentioned, this was supposed to be raced yesterday. We had a delay yesterday of about an hour due to lightning, and the day just dragged on with Mother Nature, and then we had to end at 7:30, so that's why we're racing here this morning. But again, I think race officials made the right call, trying to make this as easy and even playing field for everyone here at the Summer Nationals.
Now here, for those watching along here at Kart Chaser today, the situation after today for this race, I should rather say, you still have 7 laps on the board for the Masters and the Senior Medium Round 2 races. We're still at full distance per the schedule bulletin last night of 15 laps for the feature races today. So we're still on the same timetable. We did see, however, drivers make sure they're at the facility an hour earlier today for the warm-up sessions. Those were originally supposed to be a later start around 9 o'clock on the original timetable. Obviously, things changed. That being said, we still have 2 laps to go in this race. Settles, seen that Shrek scheme, trying to take a little bit of a peek there. Not able to get the pass built up, really, and no one's really taken too many major force attempts, if you will, to try and make a pass here, especially in the late going now.
Yeah, a lot of patience, I think, being used this morning. Even you see that pass there with Settles in the 54. I mean, there wasn't really any issues there. Kind of just let him back in line. I think maybe some of these drivers are just ready to get these points collected and then kind of see where they shake out for this main event. Because again, talk about that turnaround window. You don't want to have a cart that you have to fix. So we'll see if patience wins out here as they are about to approach the white flag lap this time
By the way, for those who took the rain tires, they're still at the back of the field, unfortunately, including Matt Lida, who's a lap down currently. Got the 19 that's running 23rd as well, among some of the names mentioned. But those up at the front, though, are ready to see how this goes here at the line. Zipping their way through with the white flag waving. Final time around. Somebody has to build up the run if they want to pass by Potter, who had a rocket in Heat 1, remember, and kept that up here today with the track position. One of those that'll likely be towards the front of your field in about a couple hours.
Yeah, if Potter can hold out for this win, I think he's going to be one circled on my list for drivers to watch in that main event, because clearly has a fast car. He's probably passed the most drivers this weekend in this division, and it doesn't look like, Justin, that anyone's able to mount a run so far.
Here we go. Sobiek trying to find a way to get a run. Will there be a chance for the front straightaway, maybe? Still have some of the others waiting to see if they can try the outside. Lloyd trying a different line for 13-14. Here they go, coming up to 15 into the final stretch. Who gets the edge? Potter looking back. The run, it is coming for the 23. Sobiek going side by side. Drag race at the line, and it is Nick Sobiek coming away with the stripe. The difference, 8/1,000ths of a second.
Yeah, it's a new day, but same story. That's exactly what we saw in so many of the heats yesterday was just everyone waiting till that final straightaway to come out and get a run and get that win. But Randall Potter in second. Again, I think he's still one to watch in this main event later on today.
Another day in our road, really close finish, rather say. It is Nick Sobiek up at the front. Potter, Lloyd, Settles, Savoda, Frank, Lloyd, Lida, Ben Lida specifically, Kilgo, Hickman, Maui Amonsos inside the top 10. Kleins also, Cleese, rather say, down in the low position. Mitchell, Moore, Russell was the top 14. Didn't work out for those on the rain tires, though, it looked like there, Brett. So the dry seemed to be the call still.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. I mean, the track is so dry. I can imagine those rain tires probably heated up very quickly. There's no puddles. I mean, I don't even think there's any moisture out there. But if you were at the back of the pack already, I mean, why not take the gamble? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like that gamble paid off.
Yeah, Nick is going to be definitely one of those happy coming up here for the next one. As you can see, a lot of the teams for the next race are still trying to make sure they are geared up for the next one, because they did originally build in a couple of extra minutes to make sure everyone's good on the setups for the extra day adjustment. As they all gear themselves up for the scales, we'll take a moment. You're watching Kart Chaser here today from MCC Cincinnati.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does. Round 2 senior heavy winners Nick Zobiak. Nick, you decided to wait that race in P2 and took the win at the end there. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out the track the first couple laps. I was just loose all over the place, and then I saw Randall kind of dominating the corners, and then I started to do that and just wanted to keep a good gap between me and the guys behind us, but they ended up catching us, but luckily we played it smart and just kind of kept pushing. Had to run the outside on Owen a little bit just to keep my second place spot, but it all worked out in the end. We got to P1.
And talk to me what you were feeling before that race. There was some drizzle there. It was cloudy, it was stormy. What were you thinking? Were you thinking that the slicks were the move?
I didn't think slicks were the move. We had it full range setup back at the tent, but luckily we made the right call, went up on air a little bit and just kept it clean, but I'm very grateful we didn't go on rain tires.
Awesome, and what's the plan to keep the pace for later today?
Just work with my teammate Owen, just kind of get to the front, play it safe, and just go from there.
Thank you, congrats.
Thank you.
As you can see, drivers are starting to make the racetrack here as the Masters are in the midst of their preparations. It's going to be a fun one now for this field as they get ready for their 7 laps up on the board. For a little bit of a schedule difference in terms of time. AJ Roderick is up the front of the field over Jamie Bradford. Then it's David Golonia. You also have Michael Dittmer in the top 4. Falcone, Eli Yanko inside the top 4. Yanko right in front of DeVover as well as James Perkins. Curtin and O'Shea in the top 10. Then Roski. You also have Shutt, Root, Rowe, along with Cullinan, Grenier, Gunn, along with Barron and Paul is down in 19th. McQuinn going to try and find a way to gain a lot of spots here. As you can see, all the drivers are just about geared up to go racing. And what should be an interesting class here for the Masters. 7 laps up on the board for our penultimate class for heat number 2 and our third to last heat 2 of this event in 2026 for CKNA Summer Nationals. Ready to go, and they're going to have to go around one more time. They'll try this again, Brett.
Yeah, I think I saw there was a cart that maybe stalled or was having some issues way in the back as it was coming around through that cut through. Not sure if that's the reason for, there you see it right there, that's the 55, that's the cart I was talking about. So I'm not sure if that's the reason why. Obviously that is the reason why, so I think they'll come around and maybe get the green flag this time by.
James Perkins, and interesting note potentially on that is the matter on what the tires may be on that cart, because that is a machine we've seen Jed and James potentially pop in. There's a lot more details potentially. We can go into that in the future, but we'll say this. Now as they all re-gear up, it's going to be very curious what we get to see from this pack on this second attempt for the start of this race. Again, the class just about all set to go.
Sorry, Jess. I just want to say sun is out. Track temperature probably rising. So I'm interested to see what the track conditions are like when they take green.
Sergi Ellis, our Motorsports, again, supporters of this group as we're underway. And already clear for Roderick up at the front of the field, getting a push from behind for the steel machine. But already, Golonia saying, I'd like to lead. Already taking a cart length advantage.
Yeah, a little bit different than what we just saw from the other heat in the other division. They're really diced up here. I think 3 and 4 wide here through the corner, as I believe we have issues. Oh my goodness, damage there to one of the carts. That's near the back of the pack.
Yeah, that is a really tough spot to have that happen, where it was almost like a hood flap popping up on a car. But right now, everybody else doing pretty well to begin this at the front at least. Looks like everyone's still able to roll despite that situation, as you see a couple of the drivers like Shutt trying to pick up spots towards the back of the order. That being said here, you want to make sure you get off to a good start with this package, and we're seeing that for the top 2. Already, Golonia Alonso is getting an opportunity to run ahead of the pack. That's with AJ Roderick giving some help. 291 and 456 working together to run away.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to gap the field. And I mentioned the sun being out. I'm curious how many of these drivers made massive setup changes, because, again, they were expecting to race last night in the early evening hours, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and now they're racing at 9 and 30-ish in the morning, and the sun is out. So you have to imagine maybe some setup changes to these cars due to the different conditions that they're racing, totally different than what they were expecting.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot you potentially could change when it comes to the way the wheels function, with the way you might be setting up the gearing, when it comes to a lot of different factors here, especially when you consider potential weather. 69 degrees Fahrenheit is currently the estimates, give or take, around here currently, where yesterday it would have been racing more so around the 70s to 80s, mid 70s to 80s on temperature. So now all this these competitors that did get the chance at least to make sure they adapted to whatever they needed to change in their karts. Hopefully they've got it all sorted out, and as you can tell, it's leading to some good battling going on with drivers like Root flying their way to the pack.
Yeah, and Tim Shutt in the 6:55 back there at 8th, setting the fastest lap that time by. Obviously had some success yesterday here at the track. As you can see, things a little bit, patience right now I think is key early on in this heat. As you can see, some passes being made, but not really forcing the issue at all. I think a lot of drivers showing a lot of respect out there early on this morning.
Agree with you. It's been, so far, very tame, I think you can argue, where there were times yesterday it was very feisty, a bit of physicality, if you will, at times. Today, with it being early in the morning, start of the day, had rain off and on in the region last night as well after the racing action was concluded. For the most part, you're talking about a track that's still got some rubber in it, potentially some of the oils that are in the circuit as well, but also you have the Rhino liner. There's a lot of different factors on how this track has in turn kept some of its grip in it over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, and look at our leaders. They have company now. Falcone and Bradford in 3rd and 4th, able to catch our lead duo, and Bradford actually the fastest on the track right now. So I'm interested to see if they're content just to ride until they click off more laps, or if they're ready to make the move this time by.
Great question here with Bradford looking to at least get back up to where they started this race. Going to be in position to be amongst some of the top drivers in the starting order later on today. You see some of the other moves going on. Shutt again trying to make some passes down the order. We're on 7th position now as a result of that one. Coming up to 3 laps to go here in this Heat 2 race for the Masters. Right now, a little bit more splintering between the karts. But if you want to get something to go in the next 3 laps here, you better start setting it up. And we already see how Falcone is trying to make sure Bradford's at least hooked up to the rear end of the 291. There's the send attempt. On your contact, you see the gap between the packs, by the way. Dittmer has lost more than a second.
And you mentioned, the rubber on the racetrack. I'm curious also when we talk about track conditions, if how much rain was received overnight, if that washed any of the rubber on the racetrack off and they have to put the rubber back down, kind of rubber back in the racetrack, how green it is basically right now. They did have some warm-up sessions, but I'm not sure how heavy the rain was last night, if they got any rain at all, as we see battle for that second position as we're about to come to 2 laps to go.
Able to slide on by. And now just like that, it's another change with Bradford on the move. And here's the tough part. With 2 to go, Bradford's going to need not only a perfect lap here to set things up, he's going to have to be in a good spot to set up and move for the final lap. And obviously, in the case of Jamie Bradford, when you set a purple lap time, that's step 1 to that process, isn't it?
Yeah, and we've seen all weekend people drivers wait until that final straightaway. We just saw it in our previous heat. So does Bradford want to wait, or does he want to make this pass knowing that he has to, oh, he just answered my question, I think, right there, as Bradford tries to go for the lead, and now they're battling side by side.
Bradford, one of the drivers that has picked up wins recently over at Newcastle in the club scene. Looking to try and pick up a heat race win here. Coming up to the final time around this time. Still looking steady up at the front with the battles. The gap last time between 4th and 5th was still 1.5 seconds. More side by side. Sees an error change involving Roderick getting some positions back. And Bradford's back to square one. As now they'll come up to the white flag this time by. Up in the front of the field. It's defensive time for Colonia trying to hug the inside. Here comes the crossover. Roderick to the inside. Up through turn 2. Sends Bradford with them. Sends up side by side for second as Roderick takes the lead.
Man, these points definitely matter as they touch tires briefly going into the corner. They're trying to get everything they can. Falcone up to third. Again, they're trying to collect as many points as possible, and now they all have company with 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, I believe, has now joined this pack.
Remember, that was the 2.5. Well, that's definitely changed here with an air change up at the front with that move down the straightaway. Just like that, it's Bradford up at the front. Here we go. Going a little bit defensive, not all the way to the bottom, though. Trying to make sure there's still arc in the corner. Trying to slow things back up. Hope for some more battles in the pack. That includes Falcone for third. That makes it a 2-kart battle for the race win. It's Bradford up in front for now. But will he hold on? Here comes the run from AJ Roderick, looking to try and get side by side. It's Bradford who does hold on by 55 1/1000ths.
I think Roderick there needed a little bit more racetrack. The finish line maybe moved a little bit down a couple hundred feet, and it would have been a little bit closer. But great racing there. Those last 2 laps, as I mentioned, everyone trying to get everything they can to get the best starting position possible for the events later on this afternoon.
So Jamie Bradford gets the job done over Roderick and Colonia. You also had Falcone in the conversation, as well as Dittmer. Also in that pack were Tim Schutt and Eli Yanko. You had O'Shea, Root, Gunn in the top 10. Curtin, Ican down in 12. Wasn't able to find all the spots, but at least got some recovery together. Over, you also have some of the others down the order, like Todd Barron to keep in mind, down in 15th position. All others, let's go to the drawing board. That leaves us with 1 class to go for Heat 2s here, Brett. Because remember, we still have the medium drivers that are set to race the track. 2 different groups that are looking to do battle up here.
Yeah, the senior mediums put on heck of a show yesterday in their first heats, and as you mentioned, split into 2 because we have such a large field. As we can see, as we remember, this is a family sport, so you can see all the drivers, family, friends down there on the grid. They are ready to go, and I think if I was one of these drivers and these crew members, I am so glad to see this done this morning. Maybe not having to worry about the weather as much today as they did yesterday. Just go out there and focus on your dry setup and try and get good finishing position here, and then get that win, get that trophy later on today.
Keep in mind, still see the ominous clouds in the sky at the very least. As at the bright side, the wind isn't too strong right now, so it's not much of a factor at the moment here in the region. Now keep in mind, on the timetable, the estimated start was about 10:14 on the schedule coming into today. See how things go for the karts if we get an early launch or if we stick to the schedule such as that with the Masters here. Who do you feel amongst these senior mediums are some of your favorites so far this weekend?
Oh, definitely Cale Zimmerman. He's been strong. We've interviewed him several times. He's been up at the front all weekend, so he's in the pink cart. Very easy for us announcers a spot, but excited to see what he's able to do here in this race. He's been strong all weekend. We even saw that some of that gamesmanship as they were finishing the races with him up at the front, kind of the waves and I think the rowing and the swimming at one point. I think that will come to a close during the main event, but we'll see.
I think we'll definitely keep an eye on this here and find out just how this is going to go. That timetable, as you can see, is right about here. So we're about, give or take, 8 minutes from that scheduled start time estimate. Then, as you can see, about 10:36-ish, potentially, maybe even sooner for the heat to even. Then after that, you see junior, cadet, senior heavy, legends, kid kart, back to back to back to back. That point, 20 minutes is the designated distance, give or take, per team.
A little,
from that point on.
Little napping.
Oh, look at that.
Little napping, I think, going on. It's been a long weekend.
I guess you could say some drivers are pretty relaxed here, and you can see even the competitors are like, hey, are you all right? How about I come and join you? Cale Zimmerman, everybody. He's been a character this weekend. You mentioned you've seen the speed with him, but we've seen in some of the other classes, oh, there's multiple drivers actually on that kart. I mean, I guess you can say drivers are making sure they are preserving energy for when we go racing, I guess, in the camp. Just got to make sure that the kart's going to be okay.
They're ready to race. I don't think they like downtime. You don't get much downtime at the racetrack. So they're just waiting to go here, waving to the fans at home. But yeah, I've never seen drivers look so comfortable in the kart before. I didn't realize that you could take naps in those things. Not very spacious, but they found a way.
Well, we'll let them go back to nap time, I guess you could say, or photo time, whatever they want to do. We'll be back in a moment. You're watching Kart Chaser.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know, you sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old, 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. Well, that's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always two, one for me and clearly one for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help, though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
Karting isn't.
As you can hear on the grid, engines are starting to roar as we prepare for the action. All the kart drivers have peeled off of Zimmerman's kart and gone to their karts as well. We're just about all set to go for Steel Motorsports Senior Medium, and this should be, again, great battling. Starting with the odd group, then the even group in the order here, Brett. Two different groups ready to decide how they're going to start when they go racing in about 3 hours or so from now.
Yeah, nap time is over. Time to strap in. Oh, maybe not. Never mind. Nap time not over for our race officials. Nap time over for the drivers, though, as they are strapped in for this heat. Again, this is the last heat for you to get any points that you need. If you've had a bad first heat, this is your last chance to try and squeeze out a good starting position for the main event later on this afternoon. I think we've seen start in the back can be a huge detriment in the main event, but I think it still can be done. We can see drivers like Randall Potter, who was able to drive from the back of the heat and come and score points. So that could be done in the main event, but we'll see. Drivers want to get as much as they can in this heat today. We'll see if it remains patience that we've seen like in the first two, or if these guys are ready to race.
We'll find out as you see how things are on the starting grid on your screen. This goes Colin Warren, Kale Zimmerman in the front. Eli Warning, Brady Shad, Addison Ionello, Mark Steele, Dylan Amundsen. Amundsen's up at the front. You have Reed, you have Baker, you have Sobiak going double duty. Just amongst some of those up at the top 10 of note. And there's a lot of others mixed in the field also then have done double or triple duty this weekend, like Kill going 17th. So many others a part of the 24 in this lineup. Jackson Young will have to come from the very back of this field. The field is set. The green is out. As you see the shiny blue suit for Jason Burgess today. What else? Making their way around the racetrack through turn 2 to start off the battling. A couple drivers being pushed 3 wide. But up front, it's single file amongst the first 4-5 spots for a moment, at least until Brady Shadson to take away a spot in 4 and 5.
Yeah, it's, oh my goodness, Cale Zimmerman makes contact with another driver. He's off in the grass, losing a ton of positions there. I don't know if he was able to rejoin. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Eli Warren that was able to rejoin, but wow, what a, all the way straight to the back. So that's unfortunate there. We'll have to see what happened, but a lot of time, a lot of positions to make up now.
Tough break for Eli Warren in the 97 as you see the name bar. That drops him down the order as, oh boy, more send attempts. Looks like INL nearly pushed wide for a moment up through to 13, but everyone else making their way out of 16 to the front straightaway. As you can see, Colin Warren trying to make sure who's with him in this group. Warren, Zimmerman, and Shad up in this pack. Just like that. You see some of the crossover attempts going on with some of the machines, like Avrutsky trying to make some moves. The 25 on the move.
Yeah, before that incident happened with Eli Warren, it was chaos in the back of the pack as well. You can see it's calmed down for the moment. Colin Warren, Cale Zimmerman up at the front, but they have plenty of company from fourth on back, third and fourth on back. Looks like things have calmed down for now. There's our top 3 trio trying to break away from the rest of the field. But again, I don't think it's going to stay long. As you can see, now there's a pass. Zimmerman, I think, can come to the lead now.
Chad up in the lead for at least a split second, but Zimmerman, also known as the bunk bed card, I guess you can say, in this field, looking to make sure to show it's still a fast kart, no matter who sits on it. And right now, that 505 leading to start lap 3 has a parade of 5 connected with them. The next 3 behind that are trying to do the same and join them.
Yeah, intensity definitely ratcheted up, I think, for this group. As you can see, there's a 6-car freight train at the front. As you can see, the 46 making a pass. That's Addison Iannello. Had a very interesting day yesterday. She got shuffled to the back in one of those races and had to come back to the front, but she's a factor now here in the top 5.
Remember, Reed's also had good speed in some of the races so far this weekend. Cameron could also be on the move here, and remember has been one of those that's been having to put together the various parts in that machine in the 619. So there's a chance, too, you have another join in on the fray. That has been one of those able to bounce back long run. About halfway through this time by or so. Coming up halfway next time, should say. Right now, Zimmerman keeping his head down and focused to try and get himself another CKNA victory, with everything built up with the victories he's got in some of the races he's appeared in, with the streak of appearances in national CKNA events, with victories we talked upon yesterday. It's going to be fun. See how that 505 does battle here as we take a look at Reed.
Yeah, Cameron Reed and Cale Zimmerman. I think all these drivers up here definitely going to be a factor in the main event later on today. But no one's able to break away in this race, which makes me personally excited to see the 12-lap main event later on this afternoon. As you can see, one pass being made towards the back of this lead pack. And then we'll see they get it sorted out there. And you can see more shuffling up front.
Yet again, Chad is the one who's a part of the shuffle this time. That changes up some of the players here, if you will. Now they'll all tuck in the choo-choo train for the cross flags. Here it comes the send. It's Chad up the inside along the curbing with Warren trying to push him by him, actually. That sees Zimmerman move back to 4th, maybe even lower.
I'm a little surprised to see them dicing it up at the lead so early on. I mean, there's still 3 laps to go, but it looks like they want to go, and maybe they wanted to shuffle Zimmerman out. They know how strong he is, and if that was the goal, they've definitely accomplished it so far here with about 2.5 laps to go in this heat.
And now, next on the docket, will Warren try and make the move a little earlier here with so many different players? It's not like some of the other races this weekend for Colin Warren, where he's been able to think and have it to where it's just a 2-kart battle for the race win with the friend. Now, not the same drivers who are going to react to your emotes, if you will, across the line. You have Shad looking to try and keep speed together up at the front with 2 laps to go. He's been sporty all weekend. Can he close the deal?
Yeah, this race has been a dogfight so far. You can see they are nose to tail, the first 4 there. You have to wonder, when is Eli Warren going to make the move, if he makes a move at all? Or will Addison Iannello make a move and force Colin Warren's hand here? Interesting to see what's going to happen, but they are just covered up as they are rounding again, just a lap and a half to go. I doubt we'll see it finish in a straight line like this.
See the 2 different angle differences in how some of the others in the second pack line up. Eli Warren is one of those that we see with some of those battle packs. Where did he go? Well, down the order, still battling down around 15th for reference sake. But coming up to the white flag this time, it's time to go. Who goes first to try and make some passes here? Warren riding on behind, stays behind Shad. Shad going a little bit closer to Mr. Burgess with the white flag out. It's the final time by, and look at him block to the inside of 2.
Based off of what we've seen today, I'm starting to wonder, do you want to be leading on the final lap? We've seen so many of these passes take place right at the start-finish line on the front straightaway on the white flag lap. So a lot of defending is going to have to happen from the number 65, from Colin Warren and the rest of this field.
Offset battling still now side by side. Amundsen, one of those dropping a tire, but still keeping the momentum going for side by side, with the race lead goes side by side. Warren and Shad going wheel to wheel. Shad couldn't clear by Warren. Warren looks over. Now everybody else lined up on the inside of Warren. Warren still giving some squeezes. Here we go for the final stretch. Amundsen amongst those looking to go forward. Warren gets back in line. Drop tire for Sobiek as they make their way to the front straightaway. Brady Shad has one last chance for the run at the line from behind, but it's still Shad by 29 1/1000ths.
What a race. What a race that was. That makes me excited, circling senior mediums on my list of races to watch this afternoon. And as we saw, that run on the straightaway has been such a factor all weekend long. And look at the times from 1st through 5th. Wow, Cale Zimmerman, though, in 5th, and once he got shuffled out of the lead, he wasn't able to make any headway, it looks like.
Yeah, wasn't able to get himself too high, but he did set fast laps down 11th, I think you're talking about with Warren. But Shad, Amundsen, Colin Warren, Ionello, and Zimmerman all in the mix late within 6/10 of each other. So on the pylon, Carter Kilgo didn't make much headway in the MGM. Down 17th of note on the second page. Braden Heber was one of the few who did not finish.
Yeah, you
interesting
mentioned it.
race
Eli
overall.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Eli Warren was able to get back up to 11th place after going off-roading on that first lap. That's why I think I mentioned it yesterday. You never give up. You never just pull off the track if you think you're not going to be in it. I mean, he saved himself from a really poor starting position in the main event. Obviously, he wanted a top 10 or a top 5, but he could have finished last in that race given how far off track and how far behind the rest of the karts he was right off the bat.
See that super quick 65 machine we've seen from this race. Everyone will make their way and make their time through the scales. And it's going to be important to make sure no issues in the scales here as we see Grace has caught up down trackside.
Here with Dylan Edmondson. I'm surprised we haven't been able to talk to you yet this weekend. Can you summarize how it's been for you so far?
We've been struggling just a lot, just a little bit on kart setup. We finally got it figured out. I was a little too tight, and now we're definitely freed up and we're rolling now.
We've definitely seen the pace that you have in that past race, and you won here last year.
I did.
What's it going to take for you to make it happen again?
It's going to take teammates. I don't know if everybody's realized already, but teammates is key to this race for sure.
Yeah, and you had 2 teammates with you. Describe to me how that helped you in specifics.
Usually we are down on teammates, and at least me and Colin have another person there to help us out, and it's seemed pretty good so far.
Awesome, thank you.
No, thank you.
Once again, Dylan Amundsen taking some time to speak with us right there, as you heard, as it's time for Heat 2 even to hit the racetrack. You have all the drivers ready, led by Zakasillo up at the point, Tutwaller, McKeithen, Owen Lloyd, Yanuzzi, along with Wilkie, Deck, Lorenko, Getz, Klein, all inside your top 10. Ashton Wheel down in 11th. Chabot, Atwood, Zing, along with Mitchell and Weiss in the top 16. Lower, Heath, Shoemaker, and Cataldo are inside your top 20 here this morning, heading towards the afternoon. And a few others are in the field. Of note, Jeremy Heath To start from the tail in the Invader entry. Monster 23 on the entry list, Brett.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if we see that same intensity that we saw in the first senior medium heat just a few seconds ago. We have some heavy hitters at the front, Owen Lloyd, Christopher McKeithen. We'll see if they're able to dice it up just like we saw in the first heat with Gail Zimmerman and others. Excited to watch. We'll see what happens.
Last race of round 2, heat 2 should rather say, here today. Off and away we go. Tutwiler got a good launch on the outside again. We've seen a few drivers on the outside get good launches. He's been one of those consistently doing that here at MCC Cincinnati. Tutwiler's up in front.
Yeah, you mentioned it. I think the outside line in the first heat in this division yesterday also carried the same reward. As you can see, they're trying to get organized here in the middle of the pack. You can see one driver in the, I think that was the 884, making a move, I think gaining multiple positions there. But if you're at the back of this pack in these heats, it is chaos. Look at them 2 and 3 wide.
Oh, in trouble! Hard contact on the barrier. And chaos for the 47. Sees all sorts of squabbling. That is trouble for Nathan Heath, who's able to keep on going after the heavy hit to the tire barrier. Everyone else keeps on going down to the front straightaway.
Yeah, that was a heavy hit there. Just as I mentioned, it was chaos back there. And that's kind of the risk you take, racing hard in the back to try to collect as many points as you can. Now, the chaos, I think, has slowed down slightly. You can see everyone in a line. Now, I think this is what we saw also in that first heat, but then they started mixing it up with 3 laps to go. But you can see our lead duo of Tutwiler and Owen Lloyd are trying to break away from the rest of this field.
And limit the variables yet again, like in the chess match. Let me ask you this, is it easier to play a game of chess with 2 people at the board or 12 people at the board trying to make moves at the same time? I think we both know the answer to that. It's the same way with the battle for the race lead.
Yeah, give me 2, but now you can see it looks like Tutwiler out there on his own, and then these 4 in 3rd through about 6 are looking to work together. And as I say that, they almost go 3 wide, and look at how it brings the rest of the field back together.
You see some of the driving by Wilkie in particular, trying to make some moves. All of this as well, you can see some flags popping up once again here. Of course, the weekend, drivers have been having to keep an eye on making sure there's no issues with penalty bulletins, anything along those lines. Make sure they stay in the right sense of the points, because we've talked about this in a couple different classes here this weekend, where we've seen chippiness, if you will, or battles shuffle things. For example, looking at some of the logs that happened on Saturday, you had warnings for tram line violations. You had Jackson Young amongst those who got an instant responsibility. You had a couple others that ended up picking up losses of positions from their physicality yesterday, including drivers like Sobiek. Obviously, this field was a little bit more tamer in comparison to Heat 1 odd. Heat 2 even has already seen some wildness. The difference between the packs was 1.2 seconds, by the way. See on screen, with a few of the drivers still pushing each other side by side. Tech was not happy and pushed someone off the track. Let's see what the difference is this time. 1.1 seconds. They actually closed up.
Yeah, we'll see if that continues on, if they're able to close that gap. But you can see it is chaos back here. I think, as I keep mentioning, they're trying to get as many points as possible. Even maybe, another driver with the wheels off slightly there. Maybe even trying to find your teammate in this pack to try and get some positions. As you can see, Christopher McKeithen in 3rd was the fastest lap. So we'll see if he continues to close that gap. I think it can be done. He's shown the speed all weekend long, and we still have plenty of racing to go here in the final heat, I should say, of the day.
Yeah, looking back at some of the lap data that happened yesterday, where it was a little bit hotter track conditions at the time, Some of the speeds towards the end of that race were around the 107.7s, 108.2s. We're already 2 to 3 tenths quicker than that with the track temperatures at the moment. So this track has stayed cool this morning. Keithan seems to be doing well on the close because that entire second pack is chipping away.
Yeah, cool track temperatures, more grip, better for these engines as well. But take a look at our front lead draft here. Definitely different than what we saw Justin in the first year. I think we saw a line of about 10 karts. They've got some good separation, first and second, third, fourth, and fifth. You see on your screen right there, and then sixth and seventh duo behind them. And then we're going to see if anyone's able to mount a charge. But I think it's going to be a tall order unless the two leaders decide to start swapping positions. But I don't think we're going to see that until the final lap.
Which has been the obvious case much of the weekend we've seen. But really, it's not just as simple as, okay, we're going to just ride into that point in the mindset. You still have to execute on the laps until you get to that point of where you want to make the pass and want to put on the attack if you're a 2-car breakaway. You can't just step back and relax, if you will, and just laps daisically hit the marks if you want to keep up the same speed that got you there in the first place.
Yeah, and I asked in our previous seed, do you want to be the leader on the final lap? Because what if you're Owen Lloyd in second? You can do that charge to the finish, stick out of line, get a run on that final corner, and maybe take the win. So do you want to be the defender or do you want to be on offense on that final lap? We'll see how it all shakes out.
Not going to have to go. Tutwiler still remaining as the leader with the help of Owen Lloyd, who usually has run a lot of karts in a lot of these senior classes. Loves to be on the track. One of those looking to keep it out of trouble in this one. Already coming off some good races and appearances in his club races around Jacksonville most recently. But now, here we go. Final time around. Lloyd will have to find the right spot to go. Still waiting. Looks like to the final sector, at least for now.
Yeah, I think he's trying to wait until that final corner to try and stage a run. Because if you make it too early, you saw him look behind. I think he's trying to gauge if he makes that run too early. I mean, that pack behind them looks like they're catching them slightly. So maybe want to wait. Don't give that second pack an opportunity to catch them because it will be chaos as they come to the start-finish line.
Here we go. See how this field is tucked up. Here comes the send to the inside. It's Lloyd looking, sending. Now up in front. Will this mean something for Tutwiler on a pole, though? Looking to try and go off of 14. Lloyd nearly dropped the tire. Tutwiler's got the head down. He's digging. He's trying to go after it. Here we go. It's side by side again at the line. Another thumbs up for Tutwiler as he wins it.
Wow, I thought Lloyd, possibly Owen Lloyd, had timed that perfectly, but you could just see the runs they get down this straightaway are just incredible. Especially, they don't need much help. They can just pull out on their own, put their head down, and get an exceptional run. But another great race for senior medium. As I mentioned in our first seat, I am excited for their main event later on today because they've put on a show here this weekend.
Unofficial race results again in this group. Tutwiler, Lloyd, McKeithen, Wilkie in the top four. Then you have Zakasillo up there inside the top five. Renko, Yaduzzi, Thek, Getz, and Wheeler inside the top 10. Among some of the notables, Jordan Klein, after dropping a tire at one point, fell down to 12th in your race order. Here today, Will Lawler was the top 15 as well. Waikato dropped down as well as Brady Atwood in terms of some of the positions in this one late. Well, Brett, that actually finishes out heat number 2 as a result of things, and already the next grouping of drivers already has to get to work because we have some finals to get to.
Yeah, trophy time is here, money on the line. and it's winner take all. So no more points, no more wondering where you're going to start. You get that green flag. Your goal is to come across first. I think, Justin, all we're going to see is, we saw those heat races, how intense they were. I think we're only going to see the intensity ratchet up here as we make our way into the finals.
As you can see, some of the drivers gearing themselves up down trackside and getting the gear all off in a way after some intense battling to make their way through the scale line. Christopher McKeithen, one of those that helped close up his respective pack at one point there, and will be looking to try and be one of the contenders, I think, when we group them all together, because here's the big part of today, Brett. We did not have, with the schedule release, a B main placed in it.
Yeah, it looks like that we've been able to condense that schedule, so we're going straight into the main events. But as you mentioned, that really makes it tough on some of these crews, especially these drivers making multiple starts, changing out those carts, making any adjustments that they need.
Take a listen in as these teams work on the carts.
Yeah.
Here standing by with Christopher McKeithen. Chris, we haven't been able to catch up with you yet so far this weekend. Can you tell me about how it's been for you?
Yeah, it's probably because I'm not winning. I don't really know what's going on. I feel like I'm fighting some issues that I don't even know how to explain. It just something just isn't clicking, but hopefully we get it figured out for the finals.
Yeah, you found yourself in the same position that you did yesterday, where you were kind of stuck in that P3 area, stuck in that second pack there. What do you think it is? Do you know at all that would help you get out of that area?
Not really, but me and Chad Dawkin are going to go and try and figure it out. We'll look at some data with Paulie and James, and hopefully we find a little bit of a solution, but I feel like I can't really fight right now.
You have some strength, though, in the light class. Can you tell me about how that's been?
Not too great. I feel like every time I get behind somebody, they just drive away from me. It could be going a lot worse, but I don't really have much to say about it.
Well, hope you can find what you're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Attention, everyone. As we approach race time for today's finals, we'd like to ask that you please rise, and if you're able, and remove your caps for today's playing of the national anthem sequences. Thank you. And on that note, as you can see, drivers now get themselves prepared to go racing. We're moments away from all these drivers starting things off for your finals. 15 laps are still on the docket here today for the CKNA Summer Nationals. So as this entire field gets ready to find out who comes out on top the most here and who comes away with the checker flags. Remember, Junior, Cadet, Senior Heavy, Legends, Kid Kart, Senior Light, Sportsman, Masters, and Senior Medium. We have it all. A part of the 9 races left to go as we crown your winners of this year's event. I'm Joseph Prince alongside Brett Baldeck as we currently are in the midst of the preparations for this one. And Brett, the intensity is expected to pick up for some of the battling. We have a lot more time to race on the track compared to yesterday and parts of the day, where you go from about 7 to 10 laps, depending on the heat. You're talking about 2:15. That being said here, longer distance means a lot more potential for moves, but also a lot more time to plan said moves.
Yeah, a lot more strategy can be played. As you can see, the drivers getting into their karts, they're getting started, but this is winner takes all, as I mentioned. So win or go home without a trophy. That's really what we're coming down to. And again, you mentioned it yesterday. We've mentioned it all weekend. This is the Summer Nationals, and if you could be one of those drivers that maybe is making your first or second start here in a national event, this is your time to shine. What a story it would be if you're able to take home a win in front of this large crowd of fans and this large field of drivers. Make a name for yourself. We're ready to get things go as they are out on their formation lap. We'll see the green in just a few minutes.
So they'll try and warm up their tires here and get themselves ready to go. Here's how they'll start today. Isaac Payne, Daniel Dragunov at the front of the field, Tegan Snyder and AJ Stoner. Jeff Price, row 3, alongside Jacob Scheibel. You also have Race Beckman that's been fast in the 7th alongside Lincoln DeCoster. Then you have Drago alongside Lawson inside the top 10. James DeWin down in 11th. Evan Frey in 12th. Aston Wyatt, quiet weekend in 13th. McKay, Hart, Mays, Giglio, and Irwin in the top 18. Sawyer Chambers looking to try and go forward in the Intrepid alongside Henry Maskell. The Invader. Drivers off the racetrack in the midst of the chaos already kind of showcasing what type of racing we may see, because that is Santino Mastidi that had some issues in your order. Everyone else getting all lined up. Let's see if we take the green, a part of this 40 kart grid. All 40 together. This is the first time all 40 have essentially been together, and they're already saying we have to go around again because the 5.
Yeah, Justin, that's a good point that you brought up with. This is the first time all weekend we're going to see a full field of karts all in one race, which some of these areas of the racetrack, some of these sections, they could get tight with this amount of karts on the track. So interesting to see with the intensity ratcheted up, with the number of karts on the track, just what's going to happen here. If you're starting in the back or the mid-pack, I mean, it's going to be, I think, chaos these first couple laps to try and find your dancing partner, try and find your teammate, try and find your friend, whatever you can do to try to get back up to a podium position.
And get yourself into a position to say, hey, I got a great finish in the CKNA Summer Nats. To be able to show you can win some of the best in 206 racing. Here we go. They'll come down the hillside to the tram lines after the spin previously. Looks like we'll have all the drivers in line this time. Again, 15 laps are on the board. The juniors ready to get us started. Green is out. We're underway for racing here in CKNA Summer Nationals competition for the finals. It's 2x2. A few drivers may have gone off track around the 20s, but right now everybody else keeping it clean up front.
Yeah, looks like Isaac Payne was able to get out to that early lead, but as you mentioned, we have a long race to go. As you can see, some drivers off pace in the back, but look at this mess mid-pack as the leaders. Oh, one driver off. That's the 831.
More chaos looming. That sees Evan Frey pushed off the circuit. You also had drivers such as Tower Nash Turner lose ground. That was the driver coming at 2. Now more trouble. Everyone's starting to get hooked together. That's Keegan Irwin that has issues now, who's off the track.
No surprise that we were going to see some of that chaos happening in the back with just the amount of drivers, but you hate to see that so early on in the race. You've been here all weekend preparing, and your race is over on the first lap of this 15 lap feature event.
So a lot of these drivers need to find a way to be able to cut through the pack. Roland Smith is one of them, already up 11 down to the 20s, but still up at the front of it. You see how the train is formed up here with drivers like Payne, with Snyder, with Dragunov amongst those at the head of it. This train about 8 to 10 cars deep at the moment. DeCoster, the 8th kart in the pack, staying right at the caboose of it, with Snyder having the fastest lap out of this group so far in the first few moments here.
Yeah, I think if you're lucky enough to be in this lead group of about 10 karts, you just want to stay in line, click off the laps. And as I say that, you see some battling there in the mid-pack. This is where we've seen the passing happen all weekend long. But I was about to say, if you're in this lead draft, I would try to click off some laps and wait to make the moves into the last 5 laps to go. But you can see they're dicing it up back here, starting to get broken apart a little bit.
Couple laps complete in the action. Should be on lap 3 here, as right now you just see how drivers like Beckman are in this. Also, as things start to splinter a little bit with the top 3, give a huge shout out to one of the drivers now in the conversation. Previously there, you see Lunsky was at one of those up the order. A few competitors are at least getting some chances to make their way up to the front of the field. Jamie Stewart is also one of those moving forward in one of the Intrepids. A lot of these karts are needing to step up in a big way, because this is where we talked about the prizes coming into play. This is where we talk about the podiums coming into play. The heats is a part of the setup of that. Now this is where, if you're a team, you better have figured out the right way to get the setup set up for your karts, as you see more battling in that third group.
Yeah, I was about to say, you can see we've clearly broken up the field into separate groups there. There's a first group, a second group, and a third group. As you can see, a pass being made or attempted. Oh my goodness! A wreck on the front stretch with our lead pack.
Daniel Dragunov on one of those karts, and he is got damage. already trying to hop his way out of the grass, went around from the top 3, and a few others ended up getting collected. Yellow flags waving in the first sector as the rest of the leaders have been splintered apart from that. You can see right now how some of those up front look to try and set back up. That includes Snyder, that's trying to keep things up towards the front.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. It looked like there was just a lot of aggressive, not giving a lot of room there, and Dragunov lost control. And when you lose control in front of a train of karts like we saw, that brings some others into it. But look what it's done to this field. We have our top 3, and then it's really a toss-up. Everyone kind of splitting apart and separate groups. So we'll see. They have plenty of time. We'll see if this group is able to come back together.
So already 4 laps are complete in this one as some of the drivers continue their switchabouts. Gavin Dyer is amongst those going ahead. Then we're going to have to keep an eye on the 405 that's moved their way forward, up 17 spots. So the thing is, if you're moving up that many positions, that kind of showcases you have a kart that was set up for this type of run. But what's kind of the mindset if you're Dragunov now, who's now fully pulled off the track after being a contender in this race?
You can see the dejection, as I mentioned. Such a long weekend. You've worked so hard in qualifying in the heats. He was one that was circled on our list of contenders, and you can see his race is over. Just unfortunate, all the hard work you put in this weekend, but that's just a part of how this Nationals is set up. You try to get a good starting position, but even starting at the front, you're not safe from some of the chaos.
Definitely not, and we've seen just how wild some of the racing's getting here. Yes, it's interesting what we're seeing up at the pylon, obviously, in terms of some of the intervals. I think that's amongst some of your current fast times that are showing up on your screen right now. But right now we can tell you this, when the lead group already up by 1.7 seconds, that's going to be a hard one to close up with some of the names joining in the conversation. There's that 405 we're talking about. Dyer still flying with fast lap after fast lap.
Yeah, you can see, we'll see if they're able to catch this lead group. As you can see, they're still dicing it up early on all throughout the field here as they go through this tight corkscrew section back onto the front straightaway. But we still have, we're coming to 9 laps to go, so we still have a long way to go. But you can see the distance that the 2 leaders have put on the rest of this field. Everyone's really spread out as we're making our way down the front straightaway.
See the sign coming out there just like that. And remember, we talked about it yesterday. Oh, just after seeing the sign of Be Nice, you see the physicality, see bumper and door to painting. Giglio amongst those, shuffled on back from it. More bumping and banging 3 wide. That includes Fink trying to go after it. Now you have the Roush Racing 6 font with Frederick trying to join on in the fun. Now we have Dyson 2 kart lanes back.
Yeah, don't put that sign away. You can see the sign is still out. Our flag man frantically waving, giving these drivers a reminder to race with respect, race aggressive, but race with respect, as we still got a lot of laps left in this race.
Carter Barkas was the one getting black flags there, and they actually sprinted to where Barkas was running to make sure they knew where that was. Usually they wait to the start and finish line area. So as we complete lap 7 this time by, see where things are on the gaps of the cross flags this time through. And that's the important thing as drivers. You have to keep an eye on those warning bulletins. Oh, and more contact. Again, physicality. That is Dwyer with a little bit of argy-barginess this time in the heart of the field. More 3 wide with Barkas again.
Yeah, we heard one of the drivers say in the heats yesterday, you're going to want to have to find your friends. Watching this main event. I don't know if there are any friends out on the racetrack. We expected the intensity to ramp up, and we are definitely seeing that. And this is just our first main event of the day.
Yes, and as this all gets sorted again, 15 laps are on the board for when we have this race here for all the classes today. Hayden Lawson, one of the penalties that came through on the bulletin board, actually, for the avoidable contact as well. See potential shuffle down the order. Hayden Lawson running third on the racetrack at one of the heads of the group. So things are getting to where this order is going to see a lot of scrambling after the end of this one. You see, now as some of these drivers line up, right now, 8:15 still amongst those, able to keep in a good drafting position at the moment. That's Jet Price that's been having a solid run here in this final.
Yeah, you see Jamie Stewin in the 207, Jet Price, and Hayden Lawson. They're about 2.5 seconds off this lead group, so they're going to try, I think, and work together as much as they can in hopes of catching Dwyer, who is in the lead, with Schneider in the 809 in second place. You can see, again, all the different groups we have spread out throughout this racetrack.
And it becomes the question on if we potentially see traffic come into play, maybe. Right now, that's one thing keeping an eye on some of the intervals for is sometimes when you have a feel like this, may become to where you need to have your heads up just in case of that situation. But that isn't the concern for now. Lawson, obviously for now, just trying to race what he can do position-wise on the racetrack. But talk about Jamie and his situation, he's been looking pretty steady. Here's that hour group right behind him, though. This includes those such as Chambers, who has been flying through the pack as well. Up 14. Shouldn't be a surprise. We've seen this before from them. Sawyer's been able to cut through the pack a few times here on Kart Chaser broadcast. Competing in CKNA self-competition. He's had some good success down in Texas this year. This year is one of its favorites, in fact, and he's right now amongst those in a fight with some of those in the pack.
Yeah, that's that section I've talked about where you can get some passes completed as you come down the front straightaway, but you can see they all get back in line to make sure they're not losing too much momentum, bringing other karts back into this event. Chambers now drops back to 7th, but he's really in a dogfight there for position 7, 6, and 5th.
Yeah, all this is to say is we're on lap 11 of this race. You better make sure if you found the group you think your friends are, they stay friendly to you this entire time. You remember the friend bar, if you will. That you, oh, hold on. More important, track drop, McKay, good save.
Yeah, I don't think the 71 there in McKay even let off the gas when they went through the grass there. But you can see what that's done is now there's a line of karts behind, so got to play defense now. But I was about to say before we saw that brief off is this is the longest race of the weekend under probably the driest conditions we've had. So is your kart set up for these long distance runs? How much did you change that setup? Is your tires starting to go away or your tires heated up? We see some of these passes now being made down this front straightaway across the start-finish line.
More trying to make some passes up the inside. That is Dyer again, continuing to drive forward. Dyer now positioned solidly inside the top 10 here. Gavin has been a rocket, and even if it doesn't lead to a podium spot here, or at least a minimum top 5 in general, you have to think for Gavin, going to be happy on the run. Was one of those that took part in Speed and Fest to prepare for this race. He's usually ran some mostly club races this year. Last year had various CKNA starts in its divisions, along with the national dates. There's been a lot of good appearances for this 305, and right now, that 405 should say, and that's why Dyer has been one of the top karts on this track late. More spins, 2 more drivers with contact. That includes the 23 of DeCoster going backwards.
Yeah, we heard the squealing of the tires, and our camera went and saw that incident. As you can see, battling still happening. Mid-pack 3 wide, car off. Oh my, a hard hit for the 904. That's Ryder Thompson, was in 10th position, hitting the wall there. We think hopefully he's okay. I think he's getting out of the cart now. But wow, intensity ramping up. He is out of the cart, so he is okay. But as all of this has been happening, our leaders now have a 3.5-second lead. Isaac Payne, Tegan Schneider. Now you have to wonder, when does the 809 make his move?
That's the question, I think, now, because they've made it clear it's just the two of them again. It's been that way all weekend, hasn't it, with the two teammates? Then you throw in some of the air packs where it's been a little bit of the same, albeit with an extra cart here. Here are those drivers up front. You can see all of the double sticks starting to fly up in the air. 13 laps complete. Payne and Snyder looking to battle for the lead, while Price looking to try and get himself third on track.
Yeah, we've been focusing on the win, but of course we also have a podiums to give out this weekend. Obviously they all want the win, but as long as this race has been, if you're back here, you're racing for a podium, because you don't know if you're going to be able to catch that lead duo unless they start dicing it up. But we only have a lap and a half left in this junior feature. The laps have flown by. They're ticking down. We're about to give out some hardware.
Some of the bulletins of note. Remember Carter Barkas, how Mr. Burgess sprinted to make sure he knew the penalty situation. That was because he got a race disqualification for track cutting on lap 1, a part of some of the chaos there. Now Tyler Nash Turner also has a loss of positions penalty from an incident on lap 1, turn 2. That was from when he was relegated to the back earlier on. The front of the field, though, it's ready to see who comes out with the top step. It's Payne and Snyder ready to decide which teammate gets it. Final time around.
Yeah, Schneider is right there, and you have to wonder, you mentioned teammates. We'll see how nice they play. Again, we've seen all weekend, sometimes the pass for the win comes on the straightaway. So we'll see. They have plenty of gap in between them and third position, second pack. We'll see when the move is made.
Both of them under the steel tag on your pylon this weekend. Now, Payne looking to try and hold on for half a lap more. Snyder not taking the run yet, although will try to poke left. Couldn't get there. Tries it again. Gets on the rear end. Payne sticks a little bit lower on the line. Will that compromise him for 14? It will. Snyder crossed him up. Now can Payne wind it back up? Payne looking a little bit to the left, poking a couple times. Now coming up to side by side. Drag race again to the line. First final of the day. They both have reactions as it's Payne who gets it over Snyder.
And you can see they're still racing mid-pack back here for every position, but what a way to start off our main events this afternoon. An amazing finish there. We have one car off, it looks like, on the final lap, but what a race.
What a battle, what a brawl for the end of this one. Payne elation, Payne a defeat for Snyder as they came across the stripe. Hayden Lawson unofficially top 3. Remember, avoidable contact penalties we talked about is going to be a factor for that. That 10 machine is one of those drivers that has that on the bulletin board, so that potentially could see the 207 of Jamie Stewart up inside the top 3, depending on how race reviews go and how official results get officialized after this one, Brett.
Yeah, I think the race officials might be busy this afternoon, given what we saw with the intensity all throughout this race. But I just got to give a hand to Isaac Payne and Tegan Schneider. I mean, they're teammates, but they raced each other clean, respectfully. Could have closed the door there and caused a wreck on that final lap, but they were very, very racing each other clean, what you expect out of teammates. Good to see.
Teammates celebrate together. in the same camp here. See the different suits for the other responsibilities. But Payne over Snyder is the way this running order goes. In the end, intense fight. As you can see, Isaac, well, he was standing by.
The race that was for you. What a weekend it's been for you. Tell me about it.
Yeah, this has been a great weekend. This is my big leap. It's a big leap in national karting. I'm excited to see what I can do next weekend here in KA.
And you've been working with your teammate Tegan all weekend. How's that been for you? You guys working together?
It's been great. I mean, Tegan is a great driver. We're teammates. We're best friends. I can't ask for anything more.
And who do you have to thank for the speed that you had today?
I'd like to thank Kinetic Engines, my dad for mechanic on my go-kart, Steel Motorsports, and my teammate Tegan.
Awesome. Congrats. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
We're going to Gavin Dyer. He made it up 23 positions during that race today, and when I saw him pull into the scale lines, I saw him cheering. So we're going to try and find him in the array of go-karts here, and we have quite a few pickups out on track as well. We lost quite a few drivers during that race. I believe about 11 or so. But I see him. Where'd he go? Oh, there you are. Gavin, what a race you had. Up 23 spots. I mean, I'm sure yesterday wasn't the ideal day, but today definitely was. Tell me about it.
Yeah, yesterday wasn't the best, but today the kart felt really good. We tried some new things, and I'm happy that steel karts were up front, even though we weren't up front, but I learned a lot this weekend, and it was good.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Grace. As you can see, again, all the results unofficial here. As we mentioned, Lawson amongst those on the penalty bulletins that we touched upon. The Steel Machines, the best of friends, 1 and 2 ahead of the field. So Wayne, if things hold, would take third, Price fourth, and so forth. Braga Chambers along with Maskell, Dyer, Stoner, McKay. Amongst those up in the order, Hart, Dwyer, then Jude Lunsky up in the top 14, unofficially currently. Roland Smith down at 16th. Giglio after a fierce battle and then some we've seen for some in 17th. Tyler Nash Turner, one of those also in the penalty bulletins, got to 20th on track. Max Hudman, talked about their family situation before, in 22nd. An interesting day overall. We'll take a break. More coverage coming up. You're watching Kart Chaser.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. race-ready training that carries into real life.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your car?
Our carts continue to gather up and get ready because it's time for the cadets, brought to you by Lawson's Beach Shop, as we get ready to see who comes out on top amongst the youngsters. It's Height, it's Romeo, it's Nieves that are going to be amongst your front runners again. We've seen how those three had some intense battles yesterday. Can they do it again today, Brett?
Yeah, also I'm keeping an eye on James Fox there, starting in the 4th position. The cadets put on a great show yesterday. I think I mentioned how it was very similar to a drafting style super speedway race like you would see in other forms of motorsports. So excited to see what we'll see. But again, this is a lot longer than they've run all weekend. 15 laps for these cadets.
See the order on your screen amongst some of the notables. DuPont is down in 5th. Frank, Shipper, Lumpstoner, Kolar, McGinnis. Then you have some of those that have had some interesting moments. Wyatt Huntsbarger in 12th might be one to keep an eye on. Remember, he had good speed, but was involved in one of the big incidents we've seen yesterday.
Yeah, hoping for some better luck this time around. You can see we had high intensity in that first heat. We'll see if these cadets have intent. They were intense yesterday in the heats. So actually, I'm not expecting anything different here. We'll see how they race. We'll see if we actually get the green flag this time by.
Here we go. Flags up in hand. It's the green that comes out. We're underway. And a good start for Height. He brings along Nieves as they go 1-2. Romeo now trying to find a way to hold on to 3rd and does. Canadian gets in line for Niagara Falls as everyone else tries to also get into single file, set up the corners at least to begin, and then get to work on battling.
Yeah, looks like everyone's pretty well organized, as you mentioned, getting in that line, maybe hoping to click off some laps. Again, 15, a long time for these cadets. But what you don't want to happen is have these 2 or 3 leaders get an extremely big gap. So everyone, I think, wants to draft with one another, hopefully keep this as one big formed line.
To see the gaps form up on your pylon once they come across the line to start. But as you can tell, Height trying to maintain composure amongst this now 5-cart group, because DuPontis and Fox stayed up at the rear end, it looks like here. Amongst some of the drivers battling it on out. Here we go. Across the line, Fox down in the 5th position. Fell down a couple spots, but everyone else starting to see it splinter back. Frank's been one of those going left, right, and center, trying to battle for position with that 199 as Shipper.
Yeah, you see the lead trio of Height, Romeo, Nieves all in a line, and you can see in 4th there, they're trying to give the signal, the universal signal of, work with me, as it looks like they're not really able to get too much away. It looks like everyone's kind of accordioning back together as they come through this inner portion of the racetrack.
And Knives indeed is going to be one of those to watch for here in this, as you continue to see some of the others go. Still though, as they all get themselves sorted, Height has led just about a majority of the weekend, it feels like, in this class, I will say. We've seen him contend in a variety of classes, usually nitro kart machinery. That Pennsylvania-based driver's done well, but here's some of the others competing through the pack. 333, Huntsbarger, we talked about wanting to get some positions. Now inside the top 10.
Yeah, you can see these guys in the back. I think they want to see if they can work together because our leaders of Height, Romeo, and Knives are all breaking away. As you can see, some dicing for position as well farther here in the back. Again, this is the longest race that they've had this weekend, so we'll see if tires come into play. The weather has turned out to be actually a beautiful day. You can see the sun is out. A driver off in the grass. Wasn't able to get a number on that. Able to rejoin the racetrack safely, though.
Kept it straight and made sure there wasn't too much time loss. All to say, as this goes on early on, see some of the time shuffles on the board at least, but still, look at Fox trying to get his way by Romeo. Still not able to do it there, but for now, you have to say, when you have a machine like Fox, you have to find and pick your battles here. One of those from Indiana that we've seen in his machine. As he ran a lot of national events, usually runs at Newcastle in the club scene as well. Basically, anything around this area, you'll end up finding Fox. He's pretty consistent in terms of his starts in that era group that we were following along with.
Yeah, and if you're from Indianapolis, I mean, or the Indiana area in general, you're at the home of motorsports. I mean, karts there are so popular. As we see another driver, I think that's went off in the grass there, and look at the momentum they've lost.
Yeah, that's broken things up a bit here. The difference between the packs right now, you have the main group that's all grouped together within half a second or so, first to fourth. And our second back to Shipper, to Pontes, to Frank, to Stoner, who is about 3 seconds back. These drivers in particular are those that are the 4-second back group now on the time reset. So they, as they go, are getting more and more time loss as a result of how aggressive they're getting now that Romeo has fallen from the lead group to it.
I believe Romeo was the driver that got off in the grass there, lost a ton of momentum, and now it looks like going to have to work with these other drivers behind to try and make up some of that lost time.
It is currently lap 5, by the way, or so this time through. 4 laps have been complete so far, so essentially that pylon will take you to the correct white flag number once it goes through. But still, as this is going about, the main focus now for a lot of these karts, try and finish strong, as we've touched upon all weekend. One of those that is looking to try and charge up here in this, Stoner. We've seen some sportiness from Stoner in some of the heats early on in the weekend. There's Stoner again to get around the 93 and does. And now Frank tries to follow and does as well.
Yeah, good clean racing in the back of the pack there as one driver off, and you can see the rain we had yesterday, just a muddy mess, and we'll see if they're able to rejoin the racetrack, but looks like they're struggling. Just as I said, a good clean pass. Looks like we had some trouble there off the corner. We'll try and run that cart, but the wetness is still around from all that rain we had yesterday.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate to say the least. The cart looks like it's staying there, and the officials are checking in. Might have been Fort Barrios. Want to make sure on that, of course. But Romeo going way on the curbing. What a save.
Yeah, Romeo's going to drop a few more positions here. You have to wonder if getting a little bit more aggressive due to that off earlier on in the event, try and make up as much time, and a little bit of a mistake there in the corner.
And still, as that was indeed, it looks like Fort Barrios amongst those with some of the issues might have been there. No, might have Clement. All this is still seeing the field stay the path. Rather, that was Kolar. Give the quick correction. Kolar was the driver with the issue. All this is, wow. This is surprising for the 93. The Canadian Nationals winner has been plummeting in the order. Mistake after mistake all of a sudden. Obviously going to be disappointing to be down in 9th in the group.
You can see side by side down the straightaway there, giving each other hand signals. We still have, let's see, 9 laps to go in this event, but man, it's been action-packed for these cadets from the green flag.
On lap 7, coming up to close up that lap, in fact. And the leaders have stayed relatively the same. Knives has not brought out the knives. Look at this side-by-side moment. You can see the signals from Mr. Burgess again. The thought is simple. For some of the battles, they're saying, use your head. Be smart about this. And Romeo really doesn't want to lose any more spots here. You can tell that he's driving to make sure he's going to hold on the best he can here in that green and white machine.
Yeah, Mateo Romeo dropped back to the 8th position, but I think he gained 2 positions in that first corner after the start-finish line. But there's a long distance between him and the next drivers on the racetrack. That would be, I believe, 5th and 6th. So try to put the head down, try and get maybe a run here. See if he can make up any more positions.
Remember, LGK was the team who represented over in Mount Tremblant down in Quebec for the Canadian Nationals. You've seen that on the kart here today, looking to wheel that machine here. But still, as they conclude lap 7 and conclude lap 8, should rather say. See some of the drivers like Schipper doing well in that second gaggle. Huntsbarger's at least gotten up to 8th though, and he's brought DePontes to the rear end of him. DePontes down 4 positions. Bit of a surprising one for Cooper, who was one of those in Heat 1 yesterday, I believe it was, that was able to be a good contender in the second pack yesterday.
Yeah, just a reminder, you're not missing anything up front. Height, Knives, and Fox still 1, 2, 3. They've able to put a 3.5 second buffer between them and 4th place of Elam Stoner. There they are, our lead trio. They're content to ride in line right now, it looks like.
I've gotten the same feeling as well, but you have to remember, you're talking about at the least a couple of the drivers in this mix who know a podium is huge for them. Spencer Height, National, loves to race these types of events, has been competitive in that. The family has been one of those that likes to be up at the front. Just a week ago, showed off some of the trophies they had picked up with some of the racing action that happened over at Trackhouse, where they picked up some trophies recent times. In other words, you want to add to the trophy case. But part of that is making sure you don't put yourself in a spot where you lose that trophy and hand it to somebody else.
Yeah, I think the win is going to be between these 3 drivers, but as you mentioned, it's all about learning for these cadets as well. They're still fairly young, very young, I should say. So they're trying to learn as much as you can. But if you're Knives, do you maybe try and make a pass early to see if it will work, to see if you get the win, or are you just content to ride in line? But I think he tried to he may make a pass here. I thought you saw Height get a little bit wide there, but there really are, even though they're in a line, they're really battling, it looks like, for every inch of racetrack here as we're coming down to click off one more lap here. We'll get 5 more to go here in Cincinnati.
10 complete on lap 11. Running out of laps if you want to make the right move for the race win here. So here we go. You see how Height's building up a gap again. Talked about some of the backgrounds here at this point. Let's send it down trackside as we are in the closing stages for Cadet.
Jed Perkins, and Jed, you're about to go out on track, but this morning things didn't really go your way. You took a gamble with some scrub tires. It didn't really work. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I feel like the whole weekend's been a little bit of a gamble. My dad and I are splitting a cart, so setup-wise, we haven't totally been there. But yeah, this morning on grid, it started to sprinkle. I was starting in the back. and I threw rain tires at it, and the sun came out. So complete disaster, but starting 14th, can work our way up from there, and I think I got the setup right finally, so should be good.
Tell me a little bit more about that. You've been sharing a kart with your dad, and he goes out right after you, doesn't he?
Yeah, so he's running Masters, which is the same weight, gear. This is a kart he's done well on for a long time, so we just figured to share it. Drove up from Florida, so we're ways away, and wanted to run 3 classes. So it's not the weekend for it, but it's been fun.
Well, best of luck, and thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was one story I was alluding to a little earlier when the first thought of hearing that, Brett, was, can you do that? The answer I got was, there isn't a rule against it.
Yeah, it reminds me of IMSA, where they're sharing, cars, but it's in the same division and they're competing for the same trophy. But I think that makes the weekend. We've already had a long weekend with weather delays and just weather issues and so much strategy. I just think that makes your weekend a little bit harder when you have to share a kart with someone else in a different class. But he said he's having fun, so that's really all that I think matters, is when it's a family affair like that, when you're sharing with your dad. I mean, it's all about building, memories and fun, having fun at the racetrack. So we'll see how they shake out later on in their main events.
So right now, 12 complete. On lap 13, it shows 10 on your pylon. It's 3 to go regardless on the number. So we're almost at the time where we see things really intensify here. Based on what you've seen from these drivers, do you think it's again going to be the setup to the front straightaway? Or do you take a risk and do it earlier here and hope that you're able to get a big enough gap and hope there's a mistake for those in second or third to where they won't get a pull back on you for that front straightaway finish of the race?
I've always been under the impression, no matter the class, when those drivers see the 2 popsicle sticks from our flag man, I think that totally changes the driver's mindset. But also, I'm not sure what signals, if any, they are getting from the fence line, from, friends, family, crew members on what to do, or did they discuss this very scenario before they even got in the car? But we've seen all weekend, we can't call who the winner is until the start-finish line, and look at 2 popsicle sticks up, and we're seeing a little bit of action up front.
Yeah, that was nice. A little bit with contact, possibly with height there. See the air packs as they zip down the front straightaway, keeping an eye on that karting simulators battle cam. It helps show you some of the various different groups around this facility. Battle for 4th place, the one on the bottom of your screen for the time being. Romeo's been able to recover to that spot to get back in front of Stoner. Remember, he fell down to 8th at one point.
Yeah, what a comeback. I think if there was, obviously maybe wanted some more laps to maybe have a chance to catch some more drivers, but what a comeback. You can make there's great passing opportunities here. And speaking of passing, we are coming to the white flag, and it looks like we're getting set up for possibly a run from Knives here in 2nd place on Spencer Height, who I think has led every lap here in this main event.
He absolutely has, but will that last for the final one? Well, that streak's broken at the line by Knives with a white flag out. Side by side for the race lead. Fox trying to jump on in also. Height gets the edge back for the middle sector.
If you're Fox, who do you go with? Who do you help? What line do you choose when Knives and Height go side by side? If they go side by side again, I'm sure we're going to see them diced up as they get through this second half of the course.
Looking like it may be one of those drag races again coming into play. Knives looking for the setup all over the rear end. Right now, Height trying to hold on for now. He's led just about every lap possible over the course of the weekend, except for a couple. Knives looking, poking, looking through 13, up through 14. This time through, they'll set up for the drag. Looks like the gap being lost, though. Looks like it's Height with the gap. Height for the final straightaway. Fox happy for 3rd. first goes to Height.
Great, clean racing by those cadets. Height, Knives, and Fox on that final 2 laps. I think they were all just relieved to get that podium, that finish after this long weekend. But Spencer Height, what a performance leading all those laps. But Knives kept him honest when we saw that white flag come out, making a move to the outside, and they were side by side for a little bit there.
An absolutely close finish again. About 48 1/1000ths. Fox was pumped for the podium. Up in the top 3, Romeo Stoner in the top 5 today. Schipper, Huntsbarger, DePontes. You also had Frank McGinnis amongst those inside the top 10. McGinnis right ahead of Durano. Caden, mind you, in that 42 is your biggest mover for Low Key Racing. Low Key was up 5 positions here. Kolar was your only driver not to finish after we seen the slide through the mud. So the cadets putting on an interesting fight where it becomes a 3-car breakaway, Brett, but in the end, it's Height who control most of the weekend that maintains it to the bitter end.
Yeah, like I said, what a great performance. What a great weekend. So many different variables for all the drivers, for all the teams, for all the crews, different tires, rain, sun, no weather conditions the same, no track conditions the same. But for Spencer Height, he was able to make the right choices, the right setup, the right driver behind the wheel to get that win.
See already, drivers like Romeo coming and saying, congratulations, everyone knows. That was a strong performance for the weekend here, Grace, as these drivers make their way to the scale line. I believe he has got to jump on those scales first, in fact.
Spencer, what a race that was for you. You've been super fast all weekend and you finished it off there. How are you feeling?
Really good. It was a long race, just had to keep my head in it for the whole race, so yeah.
And when they threw the white flag there, you saw Maddox kind of poking his head in and trying to take the lead away from you. What was your plan there?
I just knew I was gonna, no matter what, I was gonna win. I just tried to hold him off, did my defensive, and yeah.
And who do you have to thank for this win?
My mom, my dad, all of Nitro, Nick Tucker, and yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Spencer Height getting the job done, and as you can see, they're sprinting their way now through the schedule here. Already on the racetrack is Senior Heavy. They try and pick up more time here. It is Sobiek up at the front, settles. Owen Lloyd, Randall Potter wants the top 4. Frank, Maui, Ben Lida amongst your top 7 in what is expected to be a busy field, to say the very least, yet again. See some of the others. Jed Perkins, we talked with them, down in 14th. Brady Atwood's an air notable, down in 17th. This field is about to have a wild fight on its hands with 26 strong in it. We're ready to find out how this goes. The green flag is out. We're underway for a Coyote Senior Heavy and a clean start up front.
Clean start, looks like it. They're still double wide throughout the field. Everyone, I think, trying to find single file racing here, trying to get in line. But they're still double wide through this mid section of the racetrack. A little bit of off there. You can see losing a little bit of momentum, but it looks like everyone keeps it on the racetrack. Everyone's still going. No major issues through this first lap so far.
Key word so far. Key word, should say. In that mix As you see how they're all trying to dart around, back and forth we go. New drivers such as Kilgo losing the bottom of the racetrack. Kilgo's been one of those that we've called his name pretty often. After all, the kart stood out, and he's been one of those getting his side-by-sides aplenty. Some of the other fellow blue machines also doing the same in the pack, but up front to start things off. See how the pattern goes for Owen Lloyd, getting the control of the pack. Others like Atwood trying to find a way to cut through it.
Yeah, Owen Lloyd picking up where he left off yesterday in those heat races, showing all of that speed. And I know this is the senior heavy division, so I think these drivers know that this is a long 15-lap event, so there's no reason to get into trouble within these first couple laps. Let's click off some of these laps, get in the position, find your friends, and then see if you can make some headway up to this lead group, where it looks like everyone is pretty much single file throughout the field as we speak.
For now is the key thing. Already on the second lap of the race, asking you shall receive a pass attempt. There's the signal. The drivers like Kilgo to go. As some of the drivers just say, we've got to just think big picture here, like Perkins. Wanting to make sure things stay stable. A little bit of your contact a bit there, causing some stack ups with drivers like Mitchell in the mix. Still, yeah, as they all battle it out, you were going to say about the big points you're seeing here.
Yeah, I was about to say, showing, pointing down to the bottom and showing, take that position. That just shows the experience in this field. It's too early to battle for a position like that. Let me just get in behind you and see if I can get some speed off of you. As I say that, though, look at this cup happening up front.
Yeah, that settles. That's amongst those move towards the back. As first time really in the main pack for the weekend, I think you can argue for Ben Lida, where the speed's been there from both the Lidas, but we've seen the luck, I don't know, has been the same per se for both the Lidas. For him, normally runs over in New Jersey for some of the action, as well as a couple appearances in the Spring Nats, as well as a couple races across the East Coast.
Yeah, I didn't see Ben Lida on my list of drivers to watch today, and that may have been my mistake because he did have the fastest lap before we just went across the line. We'll see if he's able to put together the full package, though. You mentioned, bad luck and things like that throughout the weekend. So we'll see if the whole race package is able to put something together here. As you can see, throughout the field, we're seeing some groupings, spread out action here. Groups starting to form, some drivers starting to fall back into the clutches of the rear of the field.
Yeah, I was about to say, you can talk about Lida as one of those that was last year a regular at this facility in the club races. So when it comes to Pro Am Karting Championship, had the experience there for a lot of his starts. Switched it up a bit this year, a little bit less starts in total. Now it's in the mix. As you see the second pack, how they're starting to squabble again. Perkins trying to lead Group 2B, if you will, right behind Kilgo. But we've touched upon seat time all weekend. We touched about the valuableness of it. And this particular layout is one that all weekend, we touched upon this yesterday, provides so many thrills and so many chills. 3 karts with issues.
Yeah, I was about to say before we saw this issue that it's been pretty tame throughout this senior heavy division, but you can see 3 karts involved there, at least one of them not able to continue.
Matt Lida, Jack Sutton, Dylan Callahan were the only drivers not to cross the line there, so that would basically explain why that would be the case. So just like that, again, stack-ups and trouble spots. Lida now is one of those that was able to free himself through all that chaos, it appears. But obviously, you want to make sure you do not end up being in the parking lot or at the side of the track for the end of this one. It's a deflator for your weekend after you spend all weekend racing to end it like that.
And we've seen a parking lot in that portion of the track several times this weekend. And I've mentioned all weekend, it's just so hard to make a clean pass there without touching wheels with another driver. You got to make sure that whoever you're passing is aware you're there, or maybe someone that you've raced with previously and knows that you're going to give you the room to make that pass. Not sure, obviously, what happened in that incident, but you saw there's 2 karts that were unable to continue. So a long weekend coming to an early end for those 2 drivers.
That in mind, already on lap 6 of this one, still early in the going. Comes to our festivities here today. And as this all goes about, got to remember, drivers like, seen in the main group, like Potter and Company, put up phenomenal numbers. But some of the others that are in this pack, you can also throw into that conversation. Like Frank, that had some speed at one point over the course of the weekend. We've already talked about Kilgo being everywhere, it feels like, on the conversation sheet. Atwood, one of the top contenders for this class over in the Winter Series in the pack. Of so many different numbers that are in this mix. All being led right now by Cody Svoboda at the moment in that 05 machine that continues to be the Pied Piper for this pack that's currently running 108.4s compared to the leader's 107.9s.
Yeah, I was about to say our lead 5 have broken away over 3.5 seconds at 3.7 to that 6th place position, as you can see on your screen for those of you watching at home on Kart Chaser. So it looks like our top 5 are content with working together early on in this race. But Justin, I can promise you, especially with this being the senior heavy division and with all the experience, I don't think they're going to work together for the whole race. I think we're going to see some passing among the top 5. It looks like we have issues with one of the cars pulling off.
Svoboda has broken down. Off the racetrack goes the 05. Cross flags in the air, and the leader of the second pack is out.
I'd say that may have been the announcer's jinx, and I think I'm going to blame that one on you, Justin. But heartbreaker there. You hate to see that happen just halfway through this race, leading that second pack. But it was a good heads-up move, giving the signal and pulling off in a safe area, so it did not cause any issues for the drivers behind.
That's obviously going to be a bit disappointing for one of the contenders at Newcastle's club races. This was his 3rd national start of the year, all in CKNA competition races. Was top 5 at the Winter Nats, was top 10 in the Spring Nationals. Unfortunately, not going to keep the streak of top 10s going for 2026. All of this as well. Perkins again. He now says, okay, someone needs to lead this pack. Why can't it be me in the 55? The leaders, by the way, haven't really changed too much right now. They've stayed single file compared to the constant swap of moves that we've been seeing a bit in the second group.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this second pack, as you see, they're still making moves. If that second pack is trying to find what kart is best to lead and possibly close this gap. But the more they move and shake like they continue to do in this corner, I think the more time they're going to be losing to that lead group of 5 drivers.
See some more of the battles that we were referring to. Frank amongst those trying to get on the giddy up. All this is still, mind you, 5 seconds or so behind your race leaders for the time being. And remember, Frank was one of those that qualified well. Perkins recognizing, okay, this isn't working as well as this may be going. You may as well try and make the pass. And others are now setting up moves behind him. Kilgo amongst them, opening up the door for Frank.
And here's the lead group that we have been talking about. They are content. I think you can see they keep looking behind to just see how big that gap is. And this time by, that gap has grown to over 6 seconds. So they are running, a blistering pace compared to this pack that you see on your screen right now.
That's part setup, that's part drivability, but look at this again, starting to get some changes now. First time at a bit here on lap number 10. Sobiek is now up at the head of the group. Now the question will be, is this the sign of what's to come? Or was that just a change up to see, okay, how's my kart gonna feel as the leader rather than as the pusher?
Yeah, if you're Owen Lloyd, you're wondering when the move's going to happen, and a contact, that is not what you want to see. That's going to bring probably the second pack back into it. Possibly the top 3 now may be able to break away.
Looks like already possibly issues as a result of that contact. In fact, you see reaching around, checking on things is Lloyd, that VLR machine, hoping there's no issues here in Senior Heavy. But the top 2 looking to cycle away. Ben Lyda, one of the drivers that has had championship experience in series like Route 66 in competition. Busy on multiple different facets of life, does music producing, graphic design, also knows magic apparently, if you follow the idea of a part-time wizard being a thing. But still, in all seriousness, Lyda was one of those busy with multiple different series, now looking to try and get a Summer Nationals victory. The other pack, meanwhile, they are still not content. They've changed a couple more hands since we last looked.
And you can see on our pylon, Lyda up 5 into that second position. So still plenty of time to get it done, but look at this racing here in the back of the pack, as there is the lead trio as expected due to that issue last lap with that contact. The top 3 have able to break away by, let's see, a little bit, almost 2 seconds compared to Owen Lloyd, who was in the lead just a few laps ago. So Lloyd's going to need some help here. You have to wonder if there's damage on that kart that may be not helping the drivability of that kart.
Oh, there's some bad news too. You see that bulletin? Incident responsibility issued as well for avoidable contact. So Owen Lloyd will lose spots in the order as well. So not only will that potentially be a top 5 gone, you're talking about potential to the damage you'll have to fix for the kart also. So Lloyd's race looking like it's going the wrong way, with him now losing the lead draft in only 3 karts in the conversation at the head of it. Atwood amongst those still trying to go for battles. Now on Perkins near contact.
That just shows how things can change so quickly in just 2 laps. Going from the lead, thinking you have this race possibly in the bag, to now questioning if you may even get a top 5.
Yeah, it's a reality that we see so many times where if anything wild happens, you never know what can happen. But now you can see the separation of the packs. Potter fell back 2 seconds, actually. He's working with Lloyd at the moment in that RRD machine. Right now, they are trying as they might, these two, to get back there after that original contact situation. But with under 2.5 laps to go, they're going to need the top 3 to start side by side, maybe even 3 wide, slow each other up right here, and I don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah, and it looks like Lyda has taken the lead. I think I may have missed that, but what a great comeback, as you were mentioning, Justin. Didn't really have the luck this weekend in any of those heats, but you know, the money pays out on Sunday. The trophies come out on Sunday. So what a great move as they're coming down to just 2 to go. You see our flag man there giving the signal.
See it right there with Lyda. You mentioned it there, took the lead, last scoring loop, last time by. Now is up in front. How long does that last? Sobiek is now on the rear bumper. You still have Settles right on behind. And we know Settles already picked up a heat victory, was pumped up about that one. We spoke with him after that in heat 1. Would like to replicate that with the final in a big way. Lost a bit of ground, though, this time in the middle sector, though.
Yeah, it looks like Settles is struggling a little bit with speed on the straightaways to keep up with our 2 leaders. You saw the head go down, trying everything to remain touched with these leaders, but you can see they have a little bit of a gap. But you have to wonder when they see this white flag, are they going to start racing here for this lead?
Here we go. We've seen a lot of battles, and look at the signals already. The signal is we've got to just wait. No need to rush it for this time because the white flag is out. Final timer's around. You battle too early. You'll have Potter and Lloyd back into the pack. Now it's defensive time, though. Lida not taking any chances going lower.
Yeah, Lida's he's still gonna take a defensive line, I think, all around this racetrack. If you're gonna pass him, you're gonna have to do it on the high side, it looks like. We'll see if it happens in this corner here. Look at how close they were to the grass. But playing defense like that sometimes can scrub off speed as a leader because you're not getting those arcs into the corner.
Lida's doing a really good job on defense, parking on the apexes. Weak will wobble a bit. Now, 12, 13, 14, going defensive again. Settles, tried a higher line to arc it. Went on the curb, tried to get alongside for second. That cost Settles a chance possibly here. Sobiek looking to wind it up. Lida looking to zoom his way through. He ran here a lot in 2025 in Pro-Am competition. He'll come away with a Summer Nats win today. He gets it done.
You saw how excited Lida was to get that win. Fingers in the air. He drove a great last lap there with those defensive moves. He was really, I was worried maybe he'd scrub off a little bit too much speed taking those low lines into the corner, but he really worked that out perfectly on that last lap to make it impossible to pass him for that win.
Did it clean, good battle, respectful fighting amongst the top three. Sobiek and Settles inside the top three, separated by about under 0.6 of a second. Remember, Lloyd has a penalty coming up for the 119. Potter, technically speaking, was inside the top five, but potentially to move up one more. Some good fights again, up to the bitter end, but it's Lida able to hold back the pack here, Brett, in this one.
Great to see just how much excitement he had crossing the finish line. Again, was not really one that I had on my list this weekend, given what we saw in those heats. But what a great comeback story to see him in victory lane get that trophy.
Let's go trackside. Here they go to the scales.
Let yourself breathe a little bit. Matt Lida, Ben's brother, actually DNF'd this race, but it's good to know that at least one of the Lidas had a good weekend here. We'll let him debrief. Look at Ben's mom. She's just so proud of you. Ben, just tell me, what does this mean to you? I just gotta know.
Too much. I put way too much into this, like an unhealthy amount. And when it all pays off, man, it doesn't even feel real yet. I was out there like, did that happen? I didn't. It doesn't feel real yet. It really won't. It won't set in until I go to work tomorrow.
Tell me about that race. You made up 6 positions there with some pretty clean fighting. Tell me about it.
To be completely honest with you, I don't remember too much of it. Just driving, doing what I needed to do. Got where I needed to be, really. Just sitting, being patient, let people do what they're going to do because I know they're going to do it, and take advantage of it when you get the chance. And then he was telling me to keep going on the last lap, but I've been here too many times to not defend. So I knew I could defend, and I did what I needed to do, and it all worked out.
Who do you have to thank to take away the victory today?
The whole family, my mom right there crying, Timmy, my engine builder over there for Kinetic Engines, Steel Motorsports, the list goes on and on. My dad, my brothers, all of them, they all support me, and they were hard on me, and it's all paid off. So.
Well, I won't hold you off anymore. Congratulations.
All right, thank you so much.
You can tell you wanted this one bad. Up next, more.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here we go. Our next group is already setting up for green. Here is that more you wished for. It's racing with the legends. We're almost set to go as the field is led by Tim Schutt, Doug Cook, Scott Falcone, Eli Yenko. You also have Bolton and not going amongst those in the order. Little bit of dribble in the area. When it comes to the water, we're back underway for 15 more laps.
I was hoping we would not have to talk about Mother Nature at all today, but look at our radar. There is weather all around this racetrack. We'll keep an eye on it, but for now, we are green and racing. Everyone looking like in the Legends, they are single file. And Justin, you talked about it yesterday. Tim Schutt, what a great story. And he, I think, is now in second position, but will be contending as we expected for this win.
And we talked about Cook. He's been very strong in this class. That organization has been happy about its arrangements, to say the very least. But of course, you got to remember, the Canadian Nationals champion will be really hungry to pick up a Summer Nationals championship to add to that, at least for 2026 at the very minimum for the trophy case. Right up there in the mix, as you can see, looking a little bit more mystifying out there as the race lead is on. Here comes the 470. Yanko decides to back off and decides to lift a bit. Schutt nearly ran him over from it.
Yeah, the quad, or the top four up here, looks like they are starting to break away from the rest of the pack, but these are the four that we've talked about all weekend as they continue to dice it up here, maybe bringing the rest of the pack in, but Cook, Yanko, Schutt, Naquin, all the drivers that we've talked about in this division all weekend long, from qualifying to both heats.
So all this is to say, really, you have to be careful about these moves, and you can see them all try and work themselves around the racetrack past the officials. Starting to see the effects coming into play right about there. You see how the line's moving up the racetrack. You can see Yanko just trying to hold on for now as they work their way through the technical section. You have, again, also in this group, you have Bolton that's amongst those doing pretty solid as well. And remember, Bolton's been in the conversation. Grace, to you.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. We're down here on grid, and we're starting to feel a little bit of sprinkles as our legends go out on track. And I don't know if it's enough to really change the racing that we're going to see or cause any big questions about tires, but we'll see how it changes. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Grace. And that's the curious thing about weather like this. Shut alongside. Somebody brought up something over there, a part of the track maybe. But either way, the leader's contact shut with a save. What a save to slide up. But unfortunately, that cost Cook.
And is this because of the rain that we're seeing? We saw the same thing yesterday. It looks a little, oh my, the track is wet. They're all losing control. We saw this yesterday. The back half of the racetrack is more wet than the front half. And look at this. We're going to see if the officials decide to throw out the flag here or not. You can see the frustration. Our leaders are out of it.
So this has completely flipped the field, hasn't it? As you see the penalty flags starting to pop up, the warning flags. Bolton, Falcone, now 1 and 2. Will that last? And Todd Bolton now has a massive gap on the racetrack with that.
But look how dry this part of the racetrack was. You could see that last corner back there, the pavement was a different color. So I didn't realize this facility is so big. It looks like we're getting two different sets of weather conditions on this racetrack. I'm interested to see when they come through this corner once again, because we saw how wet it was. Are they going to take it easy? Do they know how wet it is?
Remember, this was your Spring Nationals winner at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Can he get a Summer Nationals win to add on it for this year? Right now, he seems to be doing steadily for now on the track. The CRGs are now up the order in 3rd and 4th. You see the time difference. Look at the difference. Went to the 109s on lap 2 with the tires. Had to back off 3 seconds last time. Where's it going to be this time? Now that they zipped their way around the track. 111. So there is at least a couple seconds difference to what you normally would be running here.
Yeah, and what Todd Bolton, what a great move. He was able to get through that corner when it was wet the first time, and it looks like he's got this place figured out. But Falcone, it looks like he is starting to catch up to Bolton. But man, this race just got flipped upside down with this weather dynamic moving in to the area, and the officials feel like it's not raining enough that they need to throw the red flag to change the tires. So if you're a driver out there, you just got to tiptoe your way around this back half of the racetrack.
You say that, and then there's a driver that's moved up 12 positions in the order. Todd Bolton's gone up those 12. He's in the 3rd group up the road. Lead's closed up. 2nd pack still sliding. Side by side, Falcone still going for the race lead. Up through 13-14. Takes it away. It's Scott Falcone up in front. No, it's Bolton on the crossover. As off the track goes DeBover with a little squeeze with the left side tires.
I think that back half, it's still actively raining back there, and I think it's like the great equalizer here because no one knows how to navigate that back half of the track given these conditions, but Todd Bolton seems to have figured it out because he gets back into the lead, but look at this mess behind him.
Oh, and off track we go again. There goes the 21 for a second off track in about 2-3 sectors. Oh, we're having some issues here that lost them some ground. The old flags waving that part of the track. Yeah, we're seeing that too.
Oh, there we go. There's the red flag. Right before halfway too, Justin.
Oh, this makes it even more intriguing now because we're on lap 6. Halfway would have been about 7 or 8 laps complete. Obviously, we're not past halfway, so this might be similar to that situation earlier where we might be in a spot of a restart per the order for these competitors. We'll have to keep an eye on this, obviously, as the field should be coming down pit road in theory. Again, this is race control decision in this situation. If it's too dangerous to run on just slicks, and you can see the camera, if you look closely, there's those little streaks popping up in the tree line. That's rain.
Justin, I'm curious how they handled this, because I believe yesterday with our heat race, they allowed drivers who went off track and were out of it to join the race. So do they allow the 655 that you see right there to join this race, but at the back half of the field?
That's a great question that we'll have to make sure on getting the information for you too. There hadn't been any penalties up on the bulletin before this red flag situation yet. Tim Schutt, amongst those at the least, able to take his kart back to pit road here. Again, red flag due to the tire compounds and the rain situation, as it's been rainy all weekend here in Batavia, Ohio. That's continuing here at MCC Cincinnati, it appears, with plenty of rain showers in the region. There's bigger showers around Cincy right now, and there's a bunch of rain that could be hitting off and on for the next several hours. Already can see some of the kid karts are getting to work to make sure they get the rain tires on. Remember, similar situation with the near identical timing in the order for Heat 2. Kid karts had to do the rain tires regardless after the rain sprinkles hit then. Again, red flag situation here on Kart Chaser.
really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future.
Oh. Hey guys, I'm here down, getting ready for the Legends to go out on track, but me and Maverick Reddick are hanging out. We're just watching some Pokemon, and I've got my Pokemon Go pulled up here. Ooh, look at this one. Can you help me catch this one? A Palmy.
It's easy to catch.
Can you do it? Oh, he's catching it. One and done? Look at that.
It was easy to catch.
Nice job. Thank you so much. You got me a Pokemon, dude.
Oh, it's a register.
It's a new register?
Yeah.
Dude, that is awesome. Thank you so much. Are you excited to go racing later today?
Yeah.
Do you like the rain?
I love the rain. So like I got good because we went to the UK and practiced in the rain. And that gave me a lot of experience because the drivers there were a lot more competitive than the drivers here.
That's awesome. How's your weekend been so far? Have you been fast at all?
Yes, I've been first in every single session.
And has your family been here helping you out at all?
Yes. I just got to the part where I can like go really fast and I know the lines and stuff.
Do you think that the lines that change at all when you're out there in the rain?
Yes, you gotta go wider and hit those curves and stuff like that.
And you're gonna do that, right?
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. I'll let you get back to your Pokemon.
Thank you.
Well, Grace, you never know what you can get up to while you're waiting for your racing action, should say. And Reddick, definitely enjoying that Pokemon Go. Have to remember that's been around for a good few years at least. But hey, remember, it was also mentioned by Grace that the other class that just got a hold on action, the Legends, they're going to head on the racetrack. And remember, this is going to be an interesting spot for them with the restart scenario here, Brett, coming up for our drivers because of the situation with the weather. And now we'll find out how they're going to do after this break within the race, if you will.
Yeah, and I think the shower is very similar to what we saw yesterday in our second rain delay. Yes, it rained, but I don't think there's no puddles on the racetrack. I think it's going to dry out fairly quick once we get the karts out here. So we know the kid karts are required to run the rain tires, but for the rest of the divisions, I think it's going to be a toss-up like what we saw yesterday of what tires you run. So I thought we were done with the rain, but then it came back. But we'll see how this all shakes out as we see the kids in the pits, love a good fluffy microphone.
Grace.
See me? I said check, check, check.
Wait, that what? Hello?
You are so loud. They want to hear themselves in their ears. Hi, what's your name?
Hi!
You guys are such goofs.
I mean, if you see microphone talking to it, I guess.
I mean, every interview I've ever done with there's kids, especially babies, they always want to grab our windscreen, which is that fluffy part that you see on the microphone. But we're getting ready to go back racing here. This is going to be interesting because look at the track, completely wet. There are actually a few puddles, so I was wrong. Here we go, back to green.
And we'll see just how this racing now goes. Bolton, Falcone, Perkins, followed by Barron amongst some of the drivers in the order. Then it's Covington, Cook, followed by Estes, McGilreay, Davis. How they're lined up amongst the top 10 here. As, again, this is a restart from where they initially had rolled back from the last completed lap. So this is lap 6 right now for the drivers, according to live timing. So either way, an interesting run through coming up for our drivers. You see a couple different sends going on.
And, you know, we had a little bit of a break there, but I don't know if there was much opportunity to make any other changes to the kart other than throw on the tires. So I think the setup you have in the dry is the setup that you're going to have to use in the wet. And just look how wet this section, this back half section of the racetrack is.
Yeah, you see some of the rooster tails kicking up actually through turn 12, despite them having to run the higher line, and the puddling that's built up on the inside of the curbs around turn 14. A few of the drivers making sure there's no issues, make sure no water getting into the motor, obviously, either. But up front, Bolton is the one holding on. You can see Falcone, though, looking to try and pressurize him into a mistake. And remember, it's going to be pretty hard to try and build a pass up with the weather because you can't necessarily just send it to the inside here and just drive to the puddles.
Yeah, let's not forget, Bolton was the one that took a huge advantage of avoiding that carnage and chaos that happened when the rain first started to fall, and they kept the green out for, I think, 4 more laps. Everyone in the lead pack, pretty much, at least 3 or 4 of them, spun off the racetrack, and Bolton was able to take the lead, and he hasn't looked back since.
Yeah, but how long can he hold back Falcone, who almost made the pass complete prior to the red flag situation, but got passed back on the end of that completed respective lap? See how much he's keeping up here. Perkins is chipping this gap away, actually. James continuing to knock the time down a little bit. You see on the close-up here in this Legends action. So remember, Perkins, one of those up 8 from their starting positions also to join the fray in that orange and black machine.
Yeah, we'll see Falcone, just stalking Bolton here. But as you mentioned, Justin, it's going to be a tall order to try and make this pass. And you can see what this has also done is we're not seeing, you know, the long lines of, you know, pack racing. Everyone's kind of trying to find how deep they can drive it into the corner, how much gas they can give it off the corner. Everyone has a little bit of a different groove, you could say, and how they're going to get this done. But Falcone, that look behind him to see how much of a gap there is. He is right on, well, he was right on the tail of Bolton, but that's what can happen in this weather, is you can get squirrely in one of these corners and lose a ton of positions. Looks like he's going to try to go for the lead here.
See the bulletin possibly coming up for some of the drivers being shown by his Burgess down flag side. But all of this is to say, as we come up to end lap number 8 this time, that gap of 2 karts is now 3. Here comes Falcone to go for the race lead up the inside. Side by side they go through the rooster tails that get kicked up. The kid karts watch with interest on the fence line. Bolton defends well, able to hold back the fight, but it's allowing more players into the mix.
Yeah, this battling has brought back in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and Falcone was not able to get that pass done. And it's not easy. It looks easy watching on TV, but I mean, these are rain tires, we should mention, with tread, but it doesn't mean you can just go flat out through these corners. It is still hard, treacherous track conditions in these wet conditions.
Yeah, at the tail end of the group, Doug Cook, remember, was one of the drivers that had some off tracks as the rain started to pile on him and went off the racetrack actually through turn 11. Joining in the pack of the back end. Here we go again for the race lead. Falcone did overlap for a moment, had to back off, and look at Perkins right around the outside. Will that stay? Perkins slid the rears, had to go back in line.
And we saw yesterday in these wet conditions that the high line was the line that was preferred through these corners, and you saw Perkins almost make it happen there with a pass on Falcone. And Bolton has, let's see, 3 laps now to defend these guys. And it's amazing that he's been able to defend them as long as he has. Obviously, we'll have to ask him after the race, but Bolton, I think, great and loves these wet conditions because he has been driving in the first position since the rain started falling. And as I said before, he has not looked back. But look at these lap times for Bolton, how they've fallen off now that we have these wet conditions.
That's not including what happened before in the dry. In the dry, they were still running decent clips. Then the laps after that got scratched. They've seen a bit of a difference, to say the least, if you actually look at things in the details here. So you can see them all waiting behind. Who's going to make the next move? There's some of the purple laps earlier on in the run. Barron's been one of those carving his way through. Todd Barron, a legend when it comes to this type of racing. Very fitting for the class, obviously. And a spin, it's Cook. Cook went for a 360, while Falcone goes for the lead.
Yeah, a lot of action going on the track. Falcone, again, tried to make a move in those final corners, and then the crossover by Bolton, as we're now getting the 2 laps to go. He'll try and set it up probably once again, see if he can get it done this time around, but there's only 2 laps, so time is running out if any of these 3 drivers behind Todd Bolton want anything for this win.
This effectively becomes a 12-lap race if you continue up with the race count from the previous race. In trouble! Falcone drives off the track, up from the battle for the race lead. Hand raised to try and get help and try and find space. And it's Bolton now having to hold back Perkins.
You have to wonder, was he just pushing it too hard, Falcone, just becoming frustrated that he felt like he had the speed to pass Todd Bolton but wasn't able to get it done? Maybe overstepped the bounds of what are allowed on the racetrack right now with these wet conditions. You can see the battle is now up for second position. Todd Bolton going to take the white flag here one more time around for these drivers. Does anyone have a setup or a pass they can make on Todd Bolton? Perkins now in second. He's shown some speed on that high line in these corners.
Yes, indeed. Was about to say, when it comes to Bolton, the big thing for him, remember, he won back in the spring at Charlotte, first of 34 competitors in what was a barn burner of a race here today for them. Now today, we find out if Bolton can get the second CKNA national win of his season. Perkins trying to build up a run with Barron. Estes in the conversation as well if they battle too hard. Here we go. Bolton, a little bit tight. Here comes Perkins, a hop in the seat. It's 3 wide for the race lead. Barron moves his way up the inside. Barron slides the tires with Perkins. Bolton now clear by 4 kart lengths. Remember, Barron had to come from last to get to this spot, fighting for the top 3 still. But Bolton able to hold back the pack after chaos ensues with the rain. There's the 2-time winner this year in CKNA. It's Bolton who gets it done with the Summer Nats.
Wow, you can see the excitement all the way down the straightaway for Todd Bolton. Justin, that race was a little bit more exciting than we were expecting. We weren't expecting the rain, a delay, strapping on the wets. And not only that, they also ran in the rain for a few laps with their slick tires on. And Todd Bolton, with all those different variables thrown at him, still able to take this win here in our main event.
So Todd Bolton, welcome back to Victory Lane. His second appearance on the schedule for CKNA on the season. He wins them both. Perkins, Barron, the top 3. Todd Barron plus 15 through the order to get himself here. Then Estes and Yanko amongst those in the top 5. Covington over amongst those in the order. It was an interesting race, but if you're the 22 camp, you're pumped up, to say the very least. That was a hard-fought battle here, to say the least, in this one, Brett.
Yeah, and you're seeing on the finish order there, Tim Schutt, Doug Cook, those were the drivers that really ran out of luck when the rain started falling with the slicks on, and they spun off the racetrack, and they were in that lead pack. Then Falcone's another one that was in this lead pack and then just made a mistake with these wet conditions. We're gonna have to see if these wet conditions stick around after the kit carts, because you can see it's gonna be a variable day on what you decide to do out there, because it looks like the sun's starting to peek through. But we got our drivers in the scales now, and I think we have our very excited winner gonna be down with Grace.
Able to take it away there at the end.
Wow.
I will let you take your helmet off first.
Thanks, Bruce.
Everyone's celebrating for you. Yeah, and what a weekend that you have had. In Heat 1 and Heat 2, it seemed like there was something there that you were kind of missing, but you were able to make it there at the end. Talk to me, how were you able to hold them off there?
I picked just the perfect gear. I had enough gear to get out of the corner, but I had enough gear I could outrun them down the straightaway, and my corners were not the best. But I got to say thank you for the whole Roderick crew. When we needed to switch, everybody jumped in and helped, because yesterday I did it by myself and I didn't get everything done. But the whole Roderick crew jumped in and helped me out. AJ put me under his tent this weekend, so I got to say thank you to them. Thank you to Jim LaPerry. It's his go-kart. He sponsors me. Wiggity Wayne, and I love Hot Moms.
What does this race, what does this win mean to you? I mean, it seemed like
2 in a row.
2 in a row.
2 in a row. I was the Spring Nationals, this one, Summer Nationals last year. This weekend, though, I earned it because I was not fast. I was struggling all weekend. My son Hunter works for Kart Chaser. I was talking to him on the phone. He's like, "Dad, you're just overthinking it," but it means a lot.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and I will let you celebrate.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
From the
It's time for Kid Karts. Max Torque, the sponsor for this series, as the Kid Karts are underway. Maverick Reddick said before today's race that he loves the rain, has experience over in Europe to race in it, and Reddick starts with a good jump over the rest of the field here for the Kid Karts. And keep in mind, a little bit shorter distance here. That was announced over the bulletins. Remember, 3 laps shorter. The normal distance was to be 12. So remember, these drivers looking to make sure they have a good finish to the weekend, Brett.
Yeah, Maverick Reddick, I mean, he's been dominant all weekend, no matter if it's been in the wet or the dries. And I mean, just look at the gap he's already placed on the rest of these drivers. Kit Dixon there, Hale Bird. I mean, it's all the drivers that we've seen in the top 3 all weekend, but really no one's had anything for Maverick Reddick. So we'll see if he's able to hang on to the lead for this race. But I mean, I think the wet, I said it before, is a great equalizer because that just opens up the chances for a mistake to be made by any of these drivers.
Oh, and a slam. Dixon was around in the middle of the track. Still got going. If anything, that got Dixon back to the right direction. But a couple different drivers taking some contact as that's broken up the field. Dixon is trying to hold back the crowd now, with others like Dwyer trying to join in on the fun.
Yeah, don't think that these kid karts aren't going to be an exciting race because we see the pack of karts right there. Again, they already have experience this weekend racing in the rain. I believe their second heat it was yesterday. They strapped on the rain tires and raced in very, very similar conditions to what we're seeing right now. So great learning opportunity for them as we see another 2 karts are around here.
Polsky wants those around in that incident as everybody trying to battle the track. Remember, they are on the full reins here with the track wet to make sure there's no issues in that case. We'll see as the track dries out or potentially when it's up if there's more rain, how the other classes adjust. But that being in mind here, you can tell Reddick's very comfortable with it. The others are trying to find comfortability. Not sure what that signal means to go choo-choo while a spin happens at the back again. More drivers are in the barrier.
Yeah, looks like we have 2. That's the 17 there. It looks like that would be, I believe that was the 17.
I believe that might be Dittmer.
Okay, the 77, excuse me. But I think that's proving that this track is still treacherous even for these kid karts, but not for Maverick Reddick, who just set the fastest lap. And he has extended his lead already by 6.5 seconds. So he is in another time zone in this kart.
Yeah, you see he's figured out the line pretty quickly. That was Han, actually, should say. You've seen 17 on the kart, 170 on the time and it's scoring for this weekend for that machine. But still, there's a reason he's one of the top nationally ranked kid kart racers you'll find. He knows how to drive when it comes to these types of campaigns here. And right now, Reddick looking to try and pick up yet another national victory. Keep it clean in a race like this, you can absolutely continue to raise that profile here. He knows how to win. The others second on back, they've continued to change, though, as you can see. Still more signals from Dwyer as he goes down the straight.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what that signal is. Obviously, it's a signal he's learned from either talking to the team or talking to his parents or friends or family down there. But whatever it is, it's still working for him as we have a car around, I believe, right here in front of our leaders. That I believe that was Kit Dixon again, perhaps. Or that was the 8.
Yeah, that was the 8. You're right, it was Dwyer. And he's going left, right, everywhere. He does not want to keep this in a straight line here. He doesn't want anybody to have him make a pass here on lap 4. And it's been interesting to keep an eye on Dwyer with the signals and everything going on in the speedway. But still, have to say, despite the slide, still up there in the order, I guess you can say, is the big positive right now.
Yeah, still the top 3, still in podium position. And I'll say it again. I mean, these kids are probably learning so much this weekend. These are just the most unique conditions I think we've had in quite some time. It will rain 1 minute, and then within 15 minutes, as you can see right now, the track will start to dry out. And then there's wet patches that's still not completely dry. So you really got to tiptoe your way around this racetrack, and I think they're learning a lot. They could definitely use this in the future, kind of like how Maverick Reddick said he traveled overseas to learn how to race in the rain, and these kids are learning right at home here in the Cincinnati area today. As you can see in this corner, they're still sliding it similar to like what you would see at a dirt track. It's still lacking grip over in this other end portion of the racetrack coming to the start-finish line.
So as they zip around on 4 laps complete already, lap 5 for Reddick amongst those taking the time here. Good opportunity to think about this when it comes to drivers like Bird with Smith. Clemens has been able to pick up some good positions over the course of the weekend. Millie is now up amongst the top 6 to 7 positions on the track. And don't forget, as you see some of the differences here, Dixon has been having a phenomenal run. And of course, you have to remember, a lot of the parents are going to be big supporters of the racing scene, and you have to think about that. For some of these competitors, whether that's Reddick or Dixon or any other of these drivers, the parents are some of the biggest supporters and also potentially the biggest coaches you can have.
Yeah, Kit Dixon, we saw his dad working on the kart there, strapping on those rain tires during this break. And Kit Dixon, I mean, he's well established now to get a podium position as long as he finishes out this last half of the race with these clean laps. But man, Maverick Reddick has already out to a nearly 15-second lead. He's so quick that I think there's a possibility that he may catch the back half of this field as well, especially those drivers that had trouble.
Yes, and I will say for the 97 was one of the front runners and one of the racers earlier in the weekend. Been just running on his own here, just getting back to the rhythm, trying to aim for at least top half of the field finish. In this argument, William Heckman is also, while you don't see him on the pylon, is top 5 currently also in the mix of this. So still, you're talking about just trying to find the seat time. And if you're a competitor, yes, you like the finishing position, in my opinion, for Kit Kart. Yes, it helps on the stat sheet, but it's all about, in the big picture of things, helping get yourself in the right foundation for when you move up to the ranks. Take a look at, watch that. As you can see, some big names watching along, to say the very least. Brett, with the family members on the track. I think Alex has a big name with you.
Yeah, thanks, Justin. Scott, the last thing you just talked to me about was this race seems really long. I'm sure for you, this has got to be more nerve-wracking than when you're in the IndyCar seat.
Way more. Yeah, no, it's so cool to be here. Obviously, I think it's our first national round, which is really fun. Lots of great competition out here and lots of fast kids and great teams. So, yeah, for me, it's definitely way more nervous being outside here, especially Kit can tend to be pretty aggressive. So, yeah, hopefully we have a clean race here. But, yeah, I wish it was already over.
What's been like the number one thing you've been reinforcing with your son? I know you kind of joked with me that you're the last guy he listens to. So what have you been trying to tell him, if anything?
Well, you try to help a little bit with lines and stuff, but then you also want to make it fun, right? Like, you know, that stuff will come. He's only 6. He's only, I think this is his 5th race or something like that. So you don't want to make it too technical or too much pressure where, you know, he really just doesn't enjoy it. So we'll have to see how that plays out, but really just looking forward. I think yesterday's race, the last one, he looked backwards more than he looked forward. So we'll see how it goes. But so far, you know, he's doing okay.
Yeah, and obviously Kit's only 6. What's in the future? What's in store for this year? What's the plans for next year? You're planning on moving up to the national ranks full-time with Kit?
I don't really know. You know, the issue with us is that we're, you know, for the IndyCar season, February through September, we're based in America. And then the off season, we're out of the UK and London. So trying to do both is kind of difficult. UK starts a little bit later as well. I think they can practice at 6, maybe race at 7. So we'll have to see, you know, what we do later this year. But yeah, like it's an off weekend for me. I think next weekend, while we're in Portland, my wife Emma will be taking him to Newcastle to do that race. So, you know, it'll be the first time where I haven't been there, at least to help him. So I don't know. As long as he's enjoying it, man, we'll just see how it goes and take it step by step.
Thank you much for your time, Scott.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Again, Scott Dixon taking the time to speak with us, and that was what I was alluding to. Usually we don't touch upon it in some cases, but you have big parents. 2 laps to go here in this race. That's a big support, as he mentioned, in terms of racing development. You have Reddick, that of course has family ties. Those that have played in the MLB, of course, with his family. Big ties can help you in big ways in the long term as you see your battle cam.
Yeah, and you know what I love that Scott said was he's only 6, and he wants to make sure that he's also having fun doing this, because the last thing you want to do is force a family member to do something that they don't want to do. So it's great to see that he's making sure that Kit has fun. It was also great to see that Scott was, you know, strapping on the rain tires. So, you know, Scott's a crew member out here this weekend. He's helping his fellow driver and his son, so that was cool to see. But speaking of Kit, it looks like the battle is heating up there between Kit and Dwyer there in the number 8.
It's been interesting how the battles have gone, and we mentioned 3-lap difference here on the count, and yes, it is 9 laps is that count. Here's the final lap for Reddick, who's up in front. The distance pretty significant for now, but Kit Dixon trying to hold on to second during this national appearance here today. Dwyer amongst those back in the mix also as they all make their way for the final time around.
Yeah, it looks like Maverick Reddick's going to easily take this win, but I think it's really a toss-up for second, third, fourth on back. As you can see, there goes a change in position. Kit Dixon back to third, Dwyer up to second, and they're side by side now.
Good battle for second. Dixon able to hold on for now. Kit playing defense with Dwyer. Reddick making his way up towards the hillside for the final stretch. Reddick dominating the race, on his way to another victory this season in what is already more than 30 appearances on the Kit Kart circuit. Dixon continuing to battle down below in the bottom corner. Reddick coming down the final stretch, ready to take the checker flag. Maverick Reddick puts together a strong performance, a sweep of the weekend. Kart 75, Maverick Reddick coming across the line, takes the checker flag in Kit Kart, and does it again.
He was literally on a Sunday drive. Look at the gap that he had on the rest of the field, but we still have a battle here for second on back. Here comes, I think Kit Dixon's going to be able to come home in second, but it's really a toss-up back there for the rest of these positions.
Dwyer comes away in the third position as well. Yeah, and Dwyer up there. He also had William Heckman right ahead of that 88 machine at the line. Perfect timing. The weather started coming into play at that exact moment. You see the streaks are back as all the Kit Karts come away to finish this race. 20 seconds just about for Maverick Reddick on the winning margin, Brett.
Yeah, like I said, he was in a league of his own there. And that's what it was like all weekend through qualifying and the heat races. And you could see here comes the rain. So I think the decision, this is actually a good, maybe if you're in pit lane, Justin, this is actually makes your decision a little bit easier before you go out. If it starts raining, you're obviously going to put on those rain tires because it was really a toss-up if you're going to be able to, if you wanted to put on those rain tires, not because the track was pretty much dry.
As Reddick goes to celebrate, we'll take a break. You're watching Kart Chaser as the rain starts to fall.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know, you sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old, 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. Well, that's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always two, one for me and clearly one for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help, though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Hey guys, another...
Right there by you, right there. You meet here?
Yeah.
Ryan, you're already up a little.
Right, uppercut. Oh, yeah. It's 12 laps. We only brought it on this.
Okay. Okay. Ready?
Yeah. Where are we going?
Grab. Right here.
Here, let me get the pin. Here, I'll
Hang on. Hang on.
Here we go. Engines are fired as drivers continue their work in some cases around here. They better get to work here because a lot of these drivers have to be ready to go in the next few seconds. CKT Senior Light just about all set to go racing here on Kart Chaser. After rain came back onto the racetrack, you can see a lot of the wet tires have made their way back into the karts here, Brett. Yet again, changing conditions continue to fluctuate.
Yeah, and I think we had a shot right before we came back of, there it is. Some drivers, I think, in the back of the pack electing to take the dry weather or slick tires, which I mean, that's a little bit surprising to me to see that given the conditions we have. But I think if you look, the sun looks like it's coming out already. So this track could dry fairly quickly. So I think maybe for the back of the pack gamble, take the slicks out there and hope that it dries, you know, within a matter of laps.
Here we go. All set to go here for this run. As they all make their way into the racetrack, we have 44 karts that have all hit the circuit for today's racing action. We are happy to have you with us still here on Kart Chaser. Colin Warren up at the front row. Kopskis is up in second. Zimmerman, McKeithen, Tutwiler, Reed in the top 6. Yun and Yanutsi in the top 8 with Deck and Irwin inside the top 10. A lot of these competitors have been close, especially with Curl in the mix too, and Brady Shad in other classes. Addison Ionella looking to move forward with Chambers, along with Klein, Amundsen down the order in 16th. Lorenko, Nathan Heath, Baker, and Simpson, a part of your top 20 here this afternoon. Emily DeMaster starting 21st with Owen Lloyd down the order in 22nd. Right down in 23rd with Harvey, Getz, Gillen, White, Yoshikawa, Zane, and Nesbitt down in the edges of the top 30. Then you're going to have to make some good drives if you're drivers like Massey, Heber, and so many of the others today. They're at the back of that order. You have Eva Blem amongst the notables back there. Nicholas Capolongo in 40th today after some hard charges. We're almost ready to go as the field gets itself bunched up. It's going to be a wild race, to say the very least. How will this go? We're about to find out. Happy to have you with us again for CKT Senior Light. Here we go. The green is out. They're stacking up in some trouble in the middle of the field. At least 3 karts having problems, and that is not how you want to start off a race. Immediately trouble off the get-go, featuring drivers like Aiden Lorenko.
As bad as that was, I think it could have been worse. A lot of the drivers throwing up those hands immediately, so they were aware that you had to kind of avoid that cart in the middle of the track. But again, 40 karts on this racetrack, wet conditions, and there is our leader already gapping the rest of the field. But this is intense. You can see the chaos back in the pack. They're 2 and 3 wide.
It's indeed in. As they are zooming away, Colin Lloyd having some issues. More drivers continuing to see stacked up. So again, the word is rain was shortened to that number of 12 from the original 15, and now another couple more. There's 4 or 5 different drivers. Parking lot. Nesbitt is one of those in the barrier.
I mean, you have to feel for these guys because they're going out on the racetrack after the kid karts, and it got wetted down once again, so they're the first drivers to go through here. Watch out, it's still a mess in this corner. There must be additional oils or rubber or something in that corner because it seems like no one could get grip there.
Yeah, that is absolute chaos, and that's the nervousness when you try to move a car on an active racetrack. Right now, things going good for the 369 but the front to start at least, but with the rain the way it is, nobody's taking chances to try the inside. We're full rain line. With the scramble they gave for 10 minutes to give everyone a shot to get these karts ready. Tutwiler amongst those,
and Justin,
right behind Zimmerman.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I think we saw a couple drivers in the back with those slicks on, and I think that was the wrong decision as you saw what happened in this corner right here.
I agree with you, and that's now why we've had drivers like Yun 47 seconds back, Day 39th, 47 seconds back, Nesbitt gone to the barrier, 48 seconds back, Jack Simpson, Randy Harvey, Caleb Jarvis, Comey, and Ryan Clark all amongst those yet to even record a lap with the chaos. Zimmerman getting past, meanwhile. So now that's a part of the strategy game. You pick the wrong call, you pay the price. You see some of the drivers down the order like Brady Shad wanting to get up. A little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact with a pass to the outside. Yanuzzi letting him go.
Yeah, this racing is intense on this wet racetrack. It makes it exciting for those of us watching at home and for those of us up here in the booth, but I do not envy these drivers right now who are out there. I know some of them love racing in the rain. I think I would be a driver that does not, because this just looks like it's white knuckle racing out there, lap after lap, corner after corner.
And how about banging off each other as some more drivers slow a little bit. There's more drivers in the barrier. Another 3 have joined into the wall.
Oh, no. Oh, I thought we were going to see another driver go in there just as the track officials were trying to clear the track. But that corner, it's just a trouble spot. Got to be careful coming through there.
Yeah, and I'm not 100% sure, but were those the leaders? Because as you can see, there's trouble still. That's Massey, in fact, was running about the 20s. That's a part of the pile up there in the corner. Alex.
Yeah, Justin, a lot to update you guys on. I mean, we've lost double-digit go-karts in the first couple of laps here. A lot of heavy hitters. Lorenko, David Baker hooked bumpers before the green even dropped. We have Josie Chambers out there on slicks just trying to survive. I think he's about to pull in. We have to remember that this racetrack, certain points take longer than others to get wet. You have the back section of the racetrack where it creates kind of a divot point where it creates a puddle, right? The brake zone into turn 7, another point where it goes low and then up, another puddle spot under braking. Turn 11, blind corner as it is in the dry. I've always said it's one of the most important exits in the country. In the wet, it is nearly impossible for these guys out there.
You see just how much the difficulty is building up in those bubbles. Right now, if you look at it, we're starting to get to where it's more intense when it's over top. Yeah, this is almost monsoon level starting to pick up here. Look at the rooster tails. They are taller than the karts.
Yeah, I think this is easily the worst conditions. I mean, we've had bad conditions this weekend, but this is the worst it's been, I think, all weekend. Even qualifying, I know we had bad conditions there, but wow. This is really, I think, thrown a lot of these drivers for a loop.
I think you need to look at these lap times here, too, because they went to the 116s, then it skyrocketed. This is around the pace for drivers from the 120s before when it came to this facility on Saturday. Friday, looked at some of the pictures that came through there. It looked even heavier, potentially. In our words, you've got to be careful. Look at this craziness again, continuing to see more drivers go off with the scramble. That was Chambers on the slicks. That is danger.
I was about to say, Justin, I think the drivers on the slicks, I've seen a couple drivers pull off into the pits if they made it around. So if you're on slicks, there's no way you can be racing out there right now. As you can see, they're still battling in these conditions, looking like bumper cars through turn 11 there.
For the race lead, too, that is right now McKeithen trying to hold on in front. You can see some of the drivers watching along, and that is the difficult ramifications of a decision on tire compound. Right now, McKeithen looking to pull away. You see some changes there because the 369, Makovsky is letting drivers go. More drivers peel off. Right now, you're talking about 5 laps complete. We're on lap 6. As right now the one looking to run away.
Wow, Justin, I'm looking at our running order just because I'm trying to see, how many drivers maybe have gotten off of the track, and I want to say maybe half. We've lost maybe half of the field at least.
And remember, Saturday, it was raining about this hard when we had a lightning delay. Alex.
Yeah, Justin, we're seeing some incredible driving here. First, I'll start with the guy with the 1 plate, McKeithen. We heard how upset he sounded throughout the day, saying he didn't have the pace. We all know the rain is a great equalizer. Colin Warren, we showed him on the mobile cam before the race started. They couldn't get all the adjustments they wanted, one of them being the air filter cover. We all know in these Briggs & Stratton 206 engines, if you don't have that thing covered up, it's why you see guys go out there with water bottles, anything that you can do to cover it up. Otherwise, after a while, that motor will get flooded. One-handed for the rest of the race is the VLR factory driver, Colin Warren.
That is going to make it excessively difficult here, to say the very least here, to make sure you don't lose the kart. Double sticks up in the air this time by the fact that Warren is this fast, one-handed, says a lot about his ability here to keep up. As more drivers with his shoes. And this time it's Reed.
Yeah, I think, I mean, we're going to continue to see drivers see issues. I mean, look at the water on this racetrack. As I mentioned before, yes, these are wet weather tires, but you still got to, especially with the amount of water now, you got to think about hydroplaning going into some of these corners. It's just clearly worse conditions we've seen all weekend. And the guys watching back in the pits, we still got 3 more main events after this. Obviously, it's going to be a wet race for the remainder of this event. And as wet as it is, look at this battle we still have up front.
Yeah, Komsky's trying to find a way to stay up there, as you can see just how difficult that will be to keep up here. Right into the path, and here's the thing. The Rooster Tails are one thing, but that spray is going right into the face of the 369. That's why he's trying a different line there, because you're basically getting your visor soaked. You're driving straight into what I guess you would say would be a full miss off that car. Look how much McKeithen's popping up. Speeds have now dropped to the 118s to the 119s.
And with Colin Warren back there, a part of me wonders if he didn't have to put his hand over the engine like that, if he could go maybe a few tenths, a few hundred seconds faster, and catch this front two. I wonder if he's content in just getting that podium, knowing what's at risk here. He doesn't want to flood that engine, as that was a great report from Alex. He wants to finish this race out on the podium.
Still see them, mind you, breaking away by 6.5 seconds, the difference between first to fourth right now. Zimmerman doing a good job. Ionello inside the top 5 as more yellow flags start to wave as drivers continue to get some of the off tracks. Coming up to what will be about 4 to go, this time by. McKeithen has stayed steady and held the course. Runs multiple different types of races, not just with the 206s, but with KA engine packages over the year. He's competed in multiple different series. He's a driver you have to beat, though, if you think about the Grands. He's got an experience racing with the lights, some victories there last year with the heavies. Now he's getting crossed up, going for the lead. Big puddles popping up of the 369. McKeithen still holds on.
Man, you give it to these drivers in the top 3. I mean, the times, as you mentioned, Justin, they've slowed down, but it's still amazing to me how much speed they're cranking through these corners, especially as they approach turn 11, and they're hard on the brakes. They're still keeping these cars under them. So amazing driving by these 3 up front, and they're still able, the first and second place drivers are still able to swap back and forth for the lead. Amazing stuff.
And you see just how much the hand control and wheel control has to come into play. They're really sliding. Makovsky's had a bobble, now loses about 2 kart lengths. Warren right up there also still. And that's the thing. If the top 2 battle too hard, this could open the floodgates. Pun not intended there. You see how things are going in the air battles around the top 10. There are a lot of these 2, 3, 4 kart groups capping up together. Capolongo, you see on your pylon, is up to 15th.
Yeah, we're keeping it here with our, because this is great racing for the lead. Warren is just out back there waiting in the wings, so any type of mistake by these front 2, Warren is going to be there to pounce.
Wow, one-handed. I guess you can say, you can call him the one-hand bandit if he was to find a way to get himself up to the race win. But still, we're talking about 2.5 laps to go or so. McKeithen is the one keeping command, and they're starting to pull a bit of gap. Despite Warren putting up a similar time to the leader last time, still is 1 second back of the race lead in itself. McKeithen stays stable, avoids the curbing still, as they try and run away from the heavy puddling. Coming up to 2 laps to go this time.
Taking that wide arc into the corner there, and what's happened the past couple times is McKeithen lets the driver go and then does a crossover move. It looks like we'll see if he crosses over on the straightaway this time, but no. We have a clear change for the lead here as we're coming to 2 to go.
And now it's the Canadian up at the front for REM. Here we go again. McKeithen led the lap. Able to get by with near RG barginess. It's getting close up in the front of the field. Running out of time,
Warren.
and here comes Warren.
Warren had a great lap, a great set of corners there. He has closed in, and now you could throw a blanket over the top 3 as they continue to motor around here in these conditions. But McKeithen looks like he has great straightaway speed compared to the 2 drivers behind him.
Couple penalties that came on through. Cale Zimmerman, 1 penalty under protest, 1 issued for the final already for the 5 machine, running up in the 4th position. Brady Shad, avoidable contact, lots of 2 positions. Right now was one of those that was up at the front at one point before things got wild. Just some of the notables that had some of the penalties picked up. Lama Josie Chambers with a loss of 2 places was out of the race, a part of the double digits DNFs. But as we come up to the white flag, McKeithen looks to hold on for a Summer Nationals win. Looking to see where the 369 goes next. We're coming up to the white flag this time by.
And look, it looks like lap traffic may become a factor here with some of the karts having issues with the weather. We'll see if this slower car comes into play or maybe pulls over.
Oh
no!
boy, contact! Contact with the lap traffic. Here we go. It's side by side. Battle for the race lead. McKeithen looking to stay along to the race lead, able to clear by. Warren's right in the mix. He's still one-handed trying to find a way around these 2.
Wow, that was almost disastrous with that lapped cart there making contact, but you can see the top 3 are now amazingly nose to tail with all of this water on the racetrack. Who's it going to be?
Here we go, McKeithen looking to get himself a win here in the Summer Nationals. You have the Canadian in second. You have Warren, a multiple-time Grands winner behind. Will there be a Sen? Makovsky's waits behind, working their way through 14. McKeithen in a spin for Warren. He held on into the final corners. They'll all make their way to the checkered flag regardless, though. It's Christopher McKeithen who keeps it in front and points to the sky. He's the winner.
Oh, heartbreaker for Warren, driving one-handed all of those laps into the final corner. Spins around, still able to come home. It looks like in 4th position. But that was a race, Justin. Those conditions, I can't get over that. It's just the great racing between our 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place drivers. And 4th, excuse me.
That was an incredible race, and remember, Zimmerman's got multiple different penalty situations, one under review for protest, so that 5 machine potentially is going to be a situation. The one that's not is the failure to leave racing room. So we'll see what happens to his situation, and if Warren, who recovered to still finish 4th, does indeed get to still be on the podium with a spin and get 3rd.
Yeah, I think race control is going to be a little busy looking over penalties from this one with a number of incidents we had due to these weather conditions that really struck mid-race when it started pouring once again.
And obviously going to be some cleanup. Look at that art exhibit of cards everywhere, scattered about. You can find them looking down, looking up, looking sideways. It's like sculptures at the park. McKeithen, Komsky, Zimmerman, Warren, Iannello in the top 5. Yanussi, Tutwiler, Irwin, Curl, Munson in the top 10. Klein, Capolongo went from just about dead last in this race to 12. Let's set it down trackside.
Chris for a chance to get his helmet off. Got a congratulations from Major Makovskis there. We'll get a chance to talk to him too. Don't worry about that one there. So, McKeithen, while you're taking your helmet off, I have to ask you. We spoke to you earlier today. You sounded deflated. You sounded lost. Well, where do I find the speed? Well, the rain might have helped you, might have not helped you. How does this one feel to get it off your back here and win this one?
Yeah, I was definitely pretty depressed last night and earlier today. I'd been in a very bad mood all weekend just because I feel like I haven't really been driving like myself, and I really don't know what it is, but I'm glad we got in the rain. I feel like I'm pretty decent in the rain, and I guess it showed that time. But Chad and myself really got the setup right in that one. Maybe it started raining really hard, and I think we were a little bit low on the gear, but I'm glad I could hang on to it. Like once I got to the lead, I was really under driving it, just trying to keep it on the track.
You talked about the heavy rain. This is for sure the worst the conditions have been all weekend, but I mean, what's it like on track to go out there and wheel these things?
It got pretty wet there for a minute. I'm soaked. I wish I would have got my rain suit, but we set the cart down right as the inside line was going out, so we didn't have time for that. Thanks to Brandon for tightening my motor. Yeah.
I heard the thanks to Brandon there. There's got to be more guys you want to thank for this race win.
Yeah, everybody under the tent has really helped out this weekend, making it pretty easy on us. I wish John was here, free John Seglum, but yeah, Chad and myself got the cart hooked up. I hope I don't really want it to stay wet for medium because I want to dry out, keep my other suit dry. But yeah, thanks to Chad, Jim Lapari, Victor Peters. The engine was good in the rain, pretty good in the dry. I don't really know what I'm missing in the dry, but yeah.
Congrats, Chris.
Thank you.
Let's walk one step back here to a driver that missed out on one step on the podium. Yesterday, he put on a show in the wet conditions. This time, a lot more wet. Major, I mean, describe that race to me.
Honestly, it was good for the first half, and then once it started to really downpour, I think he was on newer tires than me, so yeah, he just had more pace, and yeah.
I mean, who would you like to thank for this podium? I mean, obviously yesterday you put 6 seconds on the field in that second heat race. This one almost top step again. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my dad most especially, and Racing as Motorsports, and all my family at home supporting me, and all my sponsors, and especially Gary Lawson for the power.
Congrats, Major.
Thank you.
Let's go a little further. Full one. Colin Warren, I mean, we saw what happened with 2 corners to go, but we'll ignore that one. One-handed for the entire race. We see you kind of grabbing the forearm. You have a blister on your arm from this one. First of all, describe what you were doing. Obviously, we see the air filter on, so what were you trying to keep? You were just trying to keep it on? What was going on?
2 laps into the race, it started to cut out through the whole back section, so I've had this happen before. The only thing I can do at that point is I have to try to get as much water out as I can. Could have been because I was following, but at that point there was so much water coming down that I just had to cover it, and the only way to cover it is you have to put your arm back there, which involves burning yourself. So yeah, that was a race for sure.
You and I obviously worked together back at the Homestead Miami Speedway there with Rise of Racing. We do some stuff with the coaching on, driving one-handed. That had to have helped a little bit, right?
Yeah. I mean, the entire race was one-handed. So, and I know it's not as much grip as in the dry, but you have to turn the wheel more in the rain. So I'm freaking cranking that thing back and forth everywhere. So I went for something in the final corner also on the last lap, and it didn't work. Obviously, I spun myself, but it is what it is. So.
Last thing here, you've been racing for over 2 decades, bud, but where does this one rank in terms of all-time drives for you, personally?
Honestly, I'm kind of annoyed because I know I could have won the race. So I don't want to rank it very high because of that.
Understood. Congrats nonetheless, Colin.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much. And that was a race to remember, to say the very least. Because indeed going to be amongst those that have to wonder what could have been different, to say the least. Let's go to commercial break. More coverage coming up. After this, you're watching Kart Chaser.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today, we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race-ready training that carries into real life.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure of the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Drivers getting set to go here once again. Continue on with the action. Sportsman down with the racetrack. Milan Canache, Austin Taylor, Mikey Todd, Sino Aguilar, Alexander Hemphill, Ricci, McCloskey, Noel, and Pollock are inside your top 10 here today. Some competitive drivers ready to fight it out with Ryan Hall. Regan Hodges looking to try and gain some spots. You also have Harrison Bell, Drew Snyder, Schwambach, Brewster, Powers, Blem, Grenier, Mohammed up in the top 20 here in this one. The 21st was Oliver Collins. Field will go around one more time, Brett, and your thoughts on this field?
Yeah, it looks like they had one cart catching up a little bit late there, but give me Mikey Todd in the 217. I've been watching him all weekend. Been kind of quiet, but showing some speed. But again, I think that was mostly in the dry conditions. So I think the wet is, the great equalizer. And the good news is it's not actively raining like what we previously saw, but you can see the track is still damp. And I think we have 3 more main events. I think if you're in that last main event, maybe a toss-up if you put on dries or wets, but we still have this race to get through. I'm excited to see how these drivers are able to navigate this track after what we just saw, the chaos we just saw previously in our other main event.
Absolutely. So, as they all reset, the weather's still in the area and being a factor here. Shorter distance mean with the longer lap times, to rather say, again, going to be coming into play here. For those curious on weather bubbles, right now, we should mention there's a bunch of them around the area still. So, in our words, don't be surprised if we see more of it to make it even more wet. Because it's already wet, so why not make it double? Either way, the karts are ready to go for this start. Taylor's been competitive over the course of the weekend, so has Canache. They've each won a race. We're back underway for more action for Sportsman. Here we go. Back to racing.
Yeah, see how they get through this first corner. I think everyone got through there cleanly. Everyone started cleanly, unlike what we saw previously. But look at the lead already as they're making their way through this intersection of the course. Great driving so far by these drivers. First time on the track since this horrible rain that we saw just about 10 minutes ago.
Yep, you see a couple of the drivers looking to pounce on the inside as this goes about in trouble at the back of the grid, as that will see at least one driver have to recover because of that scramble. Outside of that, everyone else will look to make sure they don't have to scramble. Good start for Cadet amongst those up in the front here. Taylor amongst those going to have to immediately go back on attack mode. You see some of these sends up through 12, 13 onward.
Yeah, almost looks like a couple carts are like driving on ice. They can't get the grip in the corner, and they're just driving that car right up the racetrack. And you can see they're still jockeying for position, trying to find the best line in these wet conditions. But take a look at our leader, Cadet, able to get the fastest lap of that time by, which is convenient when you have clean racetrack in front of you.
Absolutely. So, on the second lap of this one already here, Mikey Todd's had a good amount of supporters. We talked about some of that experience trying to continue to build that resume. Mikey Todd's been one of those in the conversation too. Has had some top 3 speed in some of the races this weekend. Again, one of those normally who's run just about all of the races this year out in the South, whether in Florida or Texas, basically, and has looked steady. Mikey Todd, also with experience with Louisiana with Moore Park Raceway, has done a phenomenal job, you can argue, to be in this conversation. But you can also say the mix for McCloskey in this race too, once those also doing well with some more spins. That is going to see a plummet once again as drivers continue to battle the elements.
I apologize. I saw the cart spin, and I thought there was going to be contact there, but good heads-up driving by all the drivers behind, as you can see them snake their way through the S's there, coming back down onto the straightaway. Mikey Todd in second. I mentioned him pre-race when we were going over our grid, was a driver to watch. Looks like maybe getting a run here on our leaders, but no one's really able to skate away to a huge lead, as Austin Taylor has our fastest lap that time by at a 120. Again, speeds down due to the conditions.
Absolutely. So, that being said here, as you see some more of the squabbling, Alexander trying to find a way to poke around. No run there. Cadet would be a big opportunity, I think, for Camila here, because the Georgia-based driver we talked about in terms of some of the race experience this year, in terms of being able to get some wins here in the Speed and Fest. It's gotten some club wins, but she's one of those drivers that, national-wise, it'd be a huge opportunity. If you look towards some of the racing history, basically all the wins have been in Trackhouse or one here at MCC Cincinnati last month. Getting a win outside of your comfort zone and outside the main confines would be huge for the confidence boost, as we have more yellow flags pop up with the spin. In other words, the race leader is in a good spot to try and become a national winner here.
Yeah, she's able to drive her own race. She doesn't have to worry about, carts in front of her. And she doesn't have anyone right up her tail either, so she can just kind of focus on hitting all her marks in these corners with these wet conditions. And she hasn't gotten a wheel off yet on lap 4 here, and it continues to increase that gap to these other drivers. So looks like she is figured something out in these conditions.
I think I agree with that as well. Todd's been doing solid in them too, but look at Aguilar getting a little bit feisty. Here we go. McCloskey alongside. Aguilar still keeps it there. Those were the times for reference McKeithen was running in the previous class. What they're running here in Sportsman, as hold on, more off tracks come up. A little bit of a slide, I believe it might have been a Ricci. Able to hold on. They're running 120s to 121s across this field on the average. So a 3-second difference between the classes with how they work with the throttle points, but also with just the weather.
Yeah, we saw some hard contact there in the corner there. It's just so hard to stick on a line, because you're going in these corners and you're sliding up as Kanache once again crosses the line with the fastest lap. The gap now is nearly a second between Kanache and Mikey Todd. You can see there's our lap time breakdown, perfectly timed out for us to show you. She's only getting faster as this race goes on.
Absolutely. So as you can see, more drivers with issues. They continue with Hemphill now amongst the off circuits for a moment. Taylor expecting the sense to charge here, I think you can say, for the 124. Has been a prominent number for the 124 across his racing career. Take last year in the Grands, was a top 5 contender, was in the conversation throughout that entire weekend, and today has done the same, and throughout the weekend. Austin Taylor is a strong talent, I think, when it comes to this age bracket that is going to be curious to watch for once they move up to junior, whether with MPG or another organization.
Yeah, Austin Taylor in position to get a podium as we sit right now. But you can see wants more here, wants to get up to second place as we have a battle for second as they cross the line. Best battle on the racetrack. I think one of the few passes that we've seen early on here, it's just, I think, so hard to pass when you have these wet conditions and the drivers are getting so strung out. But put Austin Taylor up to the second position and Mikey Todd back to third.
All this is while they're coming about halfway, coming up here in this one. So this is looking pretty solid in terms of what we're seeing for the pace. Pollock is the only driver off the track. A couple are towards the rear, trying to catch up, like Brewster, Powers, and Drew Snyder at the moment. But some of the others, as they all drive themselves about, got to give a shout out to your biggest mover, Drew Blem. Well, I say that, and here we go, more spins.
Oh, that was a tough rejoin there. Oh, good heads up driving there, because we almost had a collision, I think, but good use of the brakes in these conditions. Now that was a slide, Justin, that didn't really happen because they slid and then they got saved by another cart that kind of hit them into the right direction. That could have been a lot worse, I think.
I think so too, with us at the halfway point in this one, as you can see from Jason Burgess. You don't want to end up putting yourself in danger. McCloskey is the one that's now pulminating, as we've seen with the 2-plate down in that. Blem now in the top 10 with that spin. By the way, to give a shout out to the series flagmen that we see with the suits that always pop up. One of those that got the opportunity with the photo ops, I guess you can say, with the raccoons that were popped up around here. There was a raccoon watching on trackside that everyone seemed to be enamored about here this weekend. Hopefully, the raccoon is watching from the enjoyment from the spectator side. Today, in all seriousness, Taylor's within 4/10.
Yeah, I was going to say, Camila Carace has some company now up at the front. Austin Taylor looks like now has found a racing groove that he likes to use around this racetrack, and they are nose to tail. There might be a good draft here coming down the front straightaway once they get through these tight infield sections here and come back out onto the straightaway. But this is the best battle we've seen for the lead, I think, all race.
Here we go. It's Taylor time. He was estimated to close in 2 laps. He got there in about a half a lap. Taylor now crossed over by Canache, though. They have been back and forth throughout these races. Taylor crossed up out of 2. A good run out of the corner. Austin Taylor leads.
Yeah, good clean racing there, giving each other plenty of room with those crossovers. As you can see, a driver off course there. But Canache still not, letting Austin Taylor get a run there. So this race far from over. We'll see if Taylor can put together some good laps here, maybe gap Canache. But good racing, good clean racing. We love to see that here early on. Actually, later on, we're actually going to, in the second half now of this main event, the trophies are on the line. It's all or nothing here as the race is beginning to wind down.
Running out of time to see where things go for a couple of the drivers like Todd and company. But it's pretty clear Taylor's got the long run in the kart again, running away late. in this one. Now, Kanache looking to try and see, is there a chance to keep within the toe? Will that make enough of a difference as it's starting to dry out a little bit? The puddles are still there, but the sun is slowly starting to peak up a bit. Down through the corners they go. We're at 4 laps to go. The distance between second and third is 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, look at Kanache. It looks like she has some good speed into these corners, driving it in there pretty hard, trying to catch back up to Austin Taylor. But again, I mentioned it before, in these wet conditions, it must be so frustrating as a driver because you know you can go faster, you know you can drive it in deeper, but you don't want to go over that edge and go off track or spin out and just completely throw your chances at a podium.
Yeah, but remember, you've seen some of the series coming up here. It's going to be the next few races going to be busy after this too, that are going to be dealing with similar situations. But as we come up towards the 3 lap to go mark, Lem, by the way, how's that charge gone? Up to 8th last time by. The 215 has flown around this circuit today to be able to get back within 10 seconds of the leader after starting this race essentially down in 18th, 19th position or so. Here we go. 3 to go. Taylor up in front, looking to try and keep the advantage. Todd is under attack for third.
Yeah, I was about to say, it looks like the battle for third is starting to heat up. Mikey Todd, again, was up there in second, almost up there battling for the lead. Looks like maybe the track conditions have changed and not in the favor of the setup for that kart.
Yeah, it kind of might be about the way the tires may have worked, but better yet, a lot of the drivers have talked about making sure there's enough gearing to make sure you keep distance down the straightaway. That's the huge thing. And right now, Taylor's been able to get a decent clip down the straights, at least was to start. And now Kanache's starting to see it flip the other way, right on the rear end, coming up to 12.
Yeah, she's been able to keep Austin Taylor honest here. He's not going to be able to drive away with this win. This is going to be a great battle here as they're about to come to 2 laps to go once they get through this section. But what a great race we have on our hands, Justin. I think she's close enough that she could maybe pull out. Oh, she lost a little bit of time there on the exit corner, but she looked pretty close there in that infield section. There it is, 2 laps to go, and look, they are nose to tail.
Nose to tail, separation again though, going through 1 and 2. I think the first half of the track, Taylor's a little stronger. Kanache's been better in the back half of it. So those are those little differences you'll have between the teams, and better yet, how you're trying to set up the kart. It feels as though Taylor's trying to make sure the pole's there for maybe to make sure there isn't enough for the long front stretch. Kanache, though, seems much better in the tighter corners. It almost feels like Kanache may have to try and make the pass before then, if that's the case.
Yeah, you can see how much she's tightened it up in this section right here. We'll see, here's turn 11. We'll see the kind of run she gets here through here. But what a great race. You can see they're coming down the hill now into their right-hander here, and she drove it in there deep, it looks like, and Austin Taylor's going to have to defend, it looks like, on this final lap. As we come to the final lap, I should say, going to have to defend.
Here we go. White flag coming up here. Taylor, there's that separation again we were seeing with the gearing for the counter for the long draft. Taylor got closed up by Kanache by the end of the straightaway, though. Took a small look, takes a big look through turn 2. Kanache has the lead, able to take it away, heading towards the middle sector.
What a good, great, clean pass there, able to just dive down to the bottom and come right back up. A slide job there, clean and green, and she's pulling away, it looks like now.
This is right about what we were seeing at the start of the run with Kanache. The gap is growing at the right part of the track for Kanache to try and get a national win here in CKNA competition. Looking for a Summer Nats victory. Making their way to the final sector. The third generation racer looking to try and secure this race. Kanache keeps the gap by 4 kart lengths. Taylor needs a massive run and then some to get there. Through 13 and 14. Camila Kanache coming down the final straightaway. A couple weeks ago was celebrating at a top step of the podium. Some action at MC Cincinnati for the Pro-Am. Today, it's rewarded with a Summer Nats victory today in Sportsman.
She used some great patience there, I think, with those final 5 laps, waiting maybe to the final lap when she made that pass there. But great racing between her and Austin Taylor. Mikey Todd was able to hold on to that 3rd position. I thought maybe that kart was going away, but some great talent, I think, on our podiums here this afternoon.
Camila Kanache coming up on top. Celebrated here in July with a victory. Gets one at the biggest stage, though, today. How about that? Gets a national win over Taylor, Todd, Santino Aguilar amongst that top 4. And to say the very least, it's a big thing when you can pick up a national win. It's a huge thing when you can try and get one of, if not your first, up on the board.
Yeah, we see just how spread out the field was also. Other than the first 2 and our 3rd and 4th, but everyone was pretty well spread out across this racetrack with just the amount of laps and the conditions we're seeing. I'm interested to see what's going to happen now in our next feature, because there is a little bit of a drier line forming. Should see some great racing.
That family's going to be very pumped up, to say the very least. With the racing side of things, been working on some various projects and now able to come on top in her kart here today. They're working swiftly through the schedule, mind you, with the Masters, but let's go trackside.
Let you take off your helmet first. But what a race that was for you, Camilo. I'm sure it was scary watching some of those seniors go out before you and all the water that was spraying around. But we know this. We know that you're good in the rain. That this wasn't going to be a challenge for you, Camila. You're always at this track. You've got so many laps here. How do you think that's helped you win this race today?
Actually, I've had a lot of practice. I've been training a kid named Jaden, and I am really happy for him because he's improved a lot. And this week has been tough, racing with Austin, but I think it was a fair win, and I think it is good for other results that I will have.
And you were away there for a moment. You had a pretty big gap there, and then Austin picked back up, and you guys were fighting there for a minute. What were you thinking then?
I was thinking I could catch back up to him since we were pretty close. Since we could have like a draft, and when I saw the white flag, I just went for the pass, and I looked back and I saw that I had like a little of a gap, and I just was really happy when I won.
And your pace was undeniable. Who do you have to thank for that win today?
Definitely my grandparents, my mom, my dad, and the tent I'm under in, Stuart, Engines, and everyone that helped me make this win possible today.
Awesome, congratulations.
Thank you.
Very professional from Kanache here after this one. And that's the other aspect I don't think we touch upon too much. Sometimes you have the experience driving here. Sometimes you're coaching as well. It's not just about you yourself racing. You're trying to also teach others as you move up to make sure you spread that knowledge.
Yeah, and she mentioned it there. She waited till that final lap. She knew in her mind that she had enough speed and enough experience on this racetrack to get that lead, and that's just what she did, was able to come home with that win. As again, for those of you that are just tuning in for the first time this weekend, we have 4 events going on across Kart Chaser Network on YouTube. So when we're done here today, I think one of these other 3 may still be racing. So plenty of racing action here this weekend on Kart Chaser. And I think, Justin, we talked about it yesterday. All of the events that are on Kart Chaser this weekend have been impacted by Mother Nature in some shape or form.
especially for those of the RMC Trophy final that's been nearby. Now the Masters, Roderick versus Bradford, Falcone versus Dittmer, Lonia versus Yanko. You have Schutt and O'Shea, Curtin and Bulver amongst those up in the order. The CRG in the top 10. Mind you, as well, you have a lot of others like Root and Brolski. You also have Gunn and Perkins. James Perkins going to have to come from 14th. Jason Rowe going in. Todd Barron set to start 17th. Colin Eichmann down in 18th. Grenier is in the 19th position in your running order. Some fast drivers here. Remember, Roderick, Bradfield, Falcone, I think are amongst those drivers that are going to potentially scrap it out yet again here, Brett.
Yeah, and I think Falcone has something to prove in the other division. Spinning late in that race when he was in the top 3. So we'll see what he's able to do here.
Pressure is on for this restart of action, or specifically the start for the Masters. Again, great to have you with us here throughout the entire day. The green flag's out. We're underway, and we're off to a good start with Roderick. A few drivers around 5th on back, getting a bit aggressive. It's 3 wide for 6th as they all shuffle to the corner. How about the 456 of Roderick, able to hold back the pack to start?
Oh my, look at that. A wheel full for one of the carts back there, as I think one person got off briefly, but looked like bumper cars through a couple of those corners. You can see how gingerly some of the drivers are taking it through those corners, especially at the back of the pack. Meanwhile, up front, they have gotten into a single file formation and trying to put together some laps. They continue to beat and bang back in the pack.
CRG and OSR Motorsports, a part of the presenting partners when it comes to the Masters here this weekend. And once again, they've been proud supporters. But right now, one of them is in the barrier of the Masters. 470, Yanko, it's been a rough weekend in the Legends race, finished with the penalty. And that one here, Brent, now is in the barrier.
And that turn in general has been an issue for the last 3 main events, I should say. You remember the other heat, we had at least 6 carts over there, as it looks like they're going to try and get them back out onto the racetrack. But we stay with our leaders, the duo of Roderick and Bradford, able to break away from our 3rd, 4th, and 5th place positions.
Just taking their time to try and get it going there in their case. But still, first lap complete, still with the wet racetrack. See some of the drivers like Dittmer. Great start for Dittmer, actually. Got track position over the course of the weekend after a bit of an interesting qualifying effort. Schutt is also up 2 positions along with O'Shea. And now that's kind of setting things up for everybody to battle it out with Falcone, who is just trying to find a way to get to 3rd. Wheel to wheel. Now with Dittmer, Schutt falls through the open door. By the way, it's our favorite game. It's called Follow the Bubbles. Rain could be around in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, and that could really change things because the track is starting to dry out slightly. Obviously still wet there, but nothing like what we saw about 40 minutes ago. But they're trying to find those lines to make sure those rain tires stay cool. But you can see all the different lines these drivers are racing, try and figure out which is the fastest in these conditions.
We've seen what's worked out for a lot of the cases with the higher line and avoid the puddles. With it currently a little bit dry, we're seeing that line move around a bit. As you can see, race lead. We've seen this story before. Bradford, some of the racing action has been right up there. Remember, they had round 2 action with 7 laps, and Bradford was in the mix for that one also. 3.6 seconds back to Schutt.
Yeah, that's only after 2 laps, so our front 2, Roderick and Bradford, in a league of their own early on here, able to gap everyone by 3 seconds. You see there's the fastest lap flashing across the top of your screen. There's the front 2, and then here is the rest of the pack making their way, single file for now, making their way through this racetrack. But I think these conditions, they're not going to be able to catch our leaders, and I think unless there's something drastically that changes here. And it could be this right here.
Yeah, another poke? No, that's not the way this time. Yeah, MGM continuing to work, and remember, talking about those MGMs, we heard the conversation over the course of the weekend with that respective team during the practice, the warm-up session, to rather say. The MGM karts, family-owned operation in terms of building those machines, they are fast. They built somewhere around 1,000 karts together as a group. They're looking to put one of them to race lead, and that time not able to get through. Bradford elects to try and reset.
Yeah, Bradford putting on a heck of a show here, trying to make that pass. Looks like he's got another run here on the, I guess you would call it maybe a back straightaway, but looks like he's going to duck in behind. AJ Roderick can keep his kart back there, but clearly it looks like these two drivers are equal, or maybe Bradford a little bit faster, has taken the high line, able to easily take the lead, it looks like, through that set of corners.
Able to come up on top here, and that Bradford racing machine able to get to the point for the time being. Takes a little bit more careful here for now. Keep in mind, we mentioned him regular over at tracks like Newcastle. He also has an experience as an operator of the Tennessee Karting Association with his significant other. So there's a lot of karting background when it comes to your current race leader, looking to add on to it here today.
Yeah, as our leaders are dicing it up back and forth, there's quite the battle back there for, I think that's about 3rd through 8th or 9th. You can see them coming down the straightaway here, everyone getting back in line, but they've been really racing hard for these positions back here. Again, this is for technically the podium because 3rd position is involved in this fight.
I think the long run's coming into play here. Bradford 119.6 to a 120 flat last time by. He's been running the past 3, 119.7, 119.7, 119.6. Roderick has been trending the opposite way where he's gone down a 10th a lap. Compare that to Tim Schutt. His average had just went to the 120.1s just about now. So there is differences pack to pack, and Schutt's got a problem. He's losing tons of spots all of a sudden.
I don't know if he went off track or if it's a mechanical issue. We'll have to maybe get a report on that, but looks like maybe back under full speed at this point. Maybe got off track though. That's a possibility given what we've seen throughout the day. Looks like he's gathered it back up and is back under full power.
Take a moment to look at numbers, and then all of a sudden things spiral. Sometimes that can happen. Here's Schutt's numbers that we were talking about with the speed, but you're going to see a big difference. Now, because of one mistake or any type of a problem, you can lose 4 seconds just like that. Blink of an eye.
Yeah, that was slower than the first lap. You can see the times are getting quicker for all these drivers, I believe, because the track is slowly drying out. But for Tim Schutt, something clearly happened that time around as Jamie Bradford takes the fastest time of the race so far, as continues to extend that lead as well as they continue to battle back here for positions.
And that kind of, I think, signifies not just the tire pressures, but also just the way the track is starting to trend a bit with Bradford getting his personal best in the direction Roderick has gone in the 456 cam here today. Still with massive difference over Dittmer, who's holding back Falcone for now. But how long will that last? Falcone actually attacked for the outside. Galonia trying to make that work. Falcone keeping it next to him, door to door, 3 wide for a moment. Another poke that involves a run, this time over trying to make their way through. The 21 is up in the top 5.
Yeah, 3 wide in that corner, I think, just scrubbing off so much speed, and you can see they've lost a lot to that lead pack there. Falcone, I think, has something to prove here, and I don't think he wants to finish in 6th place. I think he wants to get up to the 77 and get that podium here. He's got a lot of work to do, though, but plenty of time to do it. Only on lap 7 to 12, as 1 kart is around, and 2 karts around.
Chaos abound again. Galonia is the one around. And we'll have to try and rejoin the track, and that's a tough spot. With a couple drivers able to squeak by. Dittmer As a result, continues up the fight with Falcone. And back to single file they go. Before things get any more wilder, let's send it down trackside. Aiden Lorenko is standing by.
Here with Aiden Lorenko. Aiden, that senior light race did not go the way that you wanted it to. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, on the start, well, before the start, the inside lane got checked up, and I checked up with it, and the guys behind did not check up. So before the green was even flown, I was on top of the guy behind me like this. So by that point, I had to come to a complete stop, and I lost about 20 seconds off of that. And then after that, it's like, there's no point in just pushing. So I just went easy, kept the car in one piece. So that way, because we used the same cart for both classes, so I just want to make sure I was back safe for medium.
Yeah, you got a fresh start here in senior medium, but it kind of seems like nobody really knows what the call is on tires. What are you thinking right now?
I'm thinking rain's supposed to be coming, so I'm thinking right now keep the gamble with the wets. That's my dad's changing. I don't think he is. Right now I'm thinking keep the wets and just hope it starts raining. I mean, I don't have anything to lose at this point, so just gonna gamble.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
And Lorenko talking about how things have gone and now looking to focus ahead. Penultimate race of the day, still battling out. Falcone wants to move ahead and more trouble. Here we go. That was up at the front of the field. That was Bradford. His gap is still there. He had a 2.4 second lead with the pole away, but it's not that big anymore.
Oh yeah, and more trouble in the same spot that Bradford. More trouble. I'm curious if there's, something on the surface there. They're just over driving that corner. We saw 3 drivers go off in the same position, including our leader of Bradford. And here is the battle with Falcone once again for 3rd and 4th.
1.2 seconds was the time loss. Bradford was in the 120s with a mistake. Falcone to make the pass for 3rd. Can he do it this time? Hit a puddle. Had to check up Dittmer a little bit there to keep it stable. And there goes Falcone up to 3rd. It took a bit.
Yeah, Bradford, I think, is maybe overdrove that corner when he went off there. And you can see Falcone able, as you mentioned, Justin, to finally get that 3rd place position. But I think that's this battle for 3rd is far from over. I think there's different portions of the racetrack where Falcone is strong. And then you can see right here, look, there's that battle once again. There's different parts of the racetrack where these drivers are better than others. And it's really making it for an interesting passing and an interesting race for us to call up here.
It's been interesting the whole day, and mind you, keep in mind, JD Gunn is in this conversation too. Did we mention he's up 8 positions in the 14 and has been running at the back all day? It's pretty clear likes the wet. By the way, look at the tires on the 29 right now. Lorenko, Grace, I think you have more.
Yeah, Justin, just about a lap or 2 ago, there was only just a few drivers on slicks, but now everyone's following the trend. They're getting on these slick tires. It doesn't appear that there's going to be any rain, but we still got a few laps to go, and we know that things can change. Back to you guys.
So it looks like teams have noticed that the times starting to pick up with the wet still on some of the drivers from the previous race and are in turn responding for the finale to the day. It's going to get wild, I think, what we're going to see for senior medium, to say the very least, this evening. As you can see, gaps continuing to fluctuate again.
I think we had some contact in the back of the pack, and a cart may have gone around. I'm not exactly sure. But I'll just say, Justin, I don't know if I was racing in this final main event what I would do. I still think it's too wet to be on slicks, because look at them. These drivers are all on wet, so they're still sliding.
Then today, Gunn's been pretty solid in this final, picking off spots 1 by 1. Now with less than 2 to go, might need some help to get to Falcone, to say the very minimum, but it's been a good drive if you're the fan of the 14 up 9.
Yeah, Gunn, the biggest mover by a long distance there, as you mentioned, up 9. And it wasn't all because of drivers sliding off the racetrack. A lot of it was actual passes that had to be made. As you get a look at the racetrack, you see there is a dry line forming as our leader comes down the hill. So, again, it's just such a toss-up. And then you have to wonder if there's a dry line forming for these drivers. Are their tires for some of them started to heat up is the handling starting to go away on these karts as we're coming to the white flag.
Here we go, coming to the final time around here as you keep an eye on a couple of the battles. Bradford, long run came here with the kart, with the white flag out. The 428 played this perfectly, whether with the tires, whether with the way things work to time up the runs, whether with the pressures, expecting this track to see the dry line form. He's on his way to victory. Known for being one of the main drivers over at Newcastle much of his time. He's been a winner so many times there this season alone. He contended for the win in the Spring Nationals with a top 5. He was a top 5 driver in the Winter Nats, was on the podium, in fact, in the top 2. And now today, just half a lap away from picking up a Summer Nationals victory.
Yeah, what a performance. You know, the battle was on for for Bradford and Roderick for quite some time. Now up to a 2.5 or 2.6 second lead as they're coming around the final corner.
Jamie Bradford, what a strong run at the end of this race. The 428 pulls away from Roderick and then some. Bradford gets the job done to pick up a Summer Nationals victory. Jamie Bradford wins at MCC Cincinnati.
We'll see who comes over in third. We saw that was a battle for quite some time. It looks like it's going to be Scott Falcone finally on the podium after some redemption after previously spinning near the final lap of the other division earlier on in the day. But I keep mentioning, you can see there's some dry portions of this racetrack. We'll see what they decide to run for tire-wise for our next main event.
Yeah, Tim Schutt, after he lost 4 seconds, recovered a 7th among some of the drivers there. Perkins got a top 10 out of the effort, up 4. Andrew Grenier got up to 12th on the drive-through. Some impressive performances, but it's Jamie Bradford who gets the job done by 2.6 seconds over Roderick, and Falcone finishes about a 10th ahead, a second ahead, should say, ahead of JD Gunn. Dittmer top 5, O'Shea in 6th, Schutt, Curtin, with Perkins in row, and Grenier in the top 12. They were the only 12 to finish in this one. Didn't feel like it, but we ended up having a fair amount of DNFs, actually.
Yeah, a lot of attrition in that race. Yanko, I think, is the one that's the biggest heartbreak after starting up near the front, finishing in the last position.
Absolutely, and with that, only one more race to go on the docket. The senior mediums, let's go down trackside. Here they go to the scales.
A great race you had there. Lots of pace. Very interesting conditions. And as our mediums go out, I'm curious to know, how would you describe the conditions out there? I mean, it really worked out for you.
It's still wet, but there's a lot of dry spots, so they better be on slicks. So let's just put it that way. So.
Thank you. And tell me about that race, and tell me about your weekend in general. It's been really dominant.
Pretty good weekend, had good pace. Really with the MGM chassis, it's been pretty much steady the whole entire weekend. Just biding my time and just, I don't know, it worked out.
Of course, and who do you have to thank for this win today?
Well, first and foremost, my wife, Paul, April Rice, everybody under the BA Racing tent. Thank God for letting me do this.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound. person doesn't even have a go-kart. Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Engines are fired for our final group of the day. Steel Motorsports, the partner when it comes to senior medium. We have the full 47 that are just about ready to go racing here. It's been an interesting weekend. This is the first time many will pair up with each other. Colin Warren up at the front of this order. You also have Sakasillo. You also have Amundsen, Owen Lloyd, McKeithen, Zimmerman, Chad Iannello, Eli Warren, and Wilkie inside your top 10 or so. Inutze followed by Mark Steele, Lorenko followed by Cameron Reed, Sobiek, Getz, Baker, Theck, Wheeler, Klein, all amongst your top 20 or so here in this order. Then you throw it further back in the order. You're talking about drivers that in some cases have had speed, in some cases have been bounced around. Calvin Zane, Lucas Chabot, you have Abrutsky down there. You have Bryce Frank in the top 25 or so. Barry Atwood down there with Kellen Weiss. You have Grant Mitchell, Christopher Mitchell, Lawler, and Degenhart in the first 15 rows. Eckhoff followed by Mason Surgener. Jackson Young, that's going to be a big one to watch for, 34th or so. Carter Kilgo down the order. Irwin, Nunez, Sutton, Ward, Cataldo, and Stropko amongst those back in the order. And so many more to go. FA's 903 machine will look to keep it clean. Nathan Heap was in the barrier one race. Brandon Heber had a DNF in the second heat earlier. McDaniel, Jeremy Heath, and Aiden Shoemaker are the drivers in the order today. Look top to bottom here, Brett, very quickly. Let's talk about this track one more time because we've seen the passing opportunities appear in so many places. This is your kart class track map preview. As you can see with this layout, it provides some unique opportunities to battle, whether it's turn 1 and 2, where you get runs from the front straightaway, then hard brake into the left-hander. Then you take the speed through turn 3 in the right hand up to the hairpin in turn 4. By turn 5 on your map totals, that's where you'll find yourself up on the brakes again before you work your way through an S section. 6, 7, 8, 9 on your map. 9, high speed. You make a mistake, you're in the grass. 10, 11, and 12 on your map is where so many of your chances are set up before 13 to the line takes you with the draft to battle for the race victory, Brett.
Yeah, I think turn 9 is where we've seen a lot of issues this afternoon with the rainy conditions. But on a normal day, a demanding racetrack, and then you throw in what you're seeing on your screen now, a drive line and wet portions of the racetrack. Let's send it down to Grace, who has a report about what drivers are running what tire.
I talked to Jamie Bradford and he said definitely slicks. But we still have some drivers that are starting this senior medium race with some new reins on, such as Alex Zacusillo, who started at P3. He's got a brand new set of reins on, as well as Eli Warren starting in P10, another brand new set of reins. Along with that, we have Brady Atwood and Nick Zobiak. Everyone else, though, on slicks. So we'll see how that changes. Back to you guys.
So let's find out if those calls are right. And it looks like they're signaling go around, and that's what they're going to do. We'll try this one more time because this is important. This is the final race of the weekend. This is the big one, the senior medium class. You want to get a win here. Oh, some drivers just hit a puddle off the curbing and won.
Yeah, this is the largest field we've had all weekend, so I think they want to get them gridded up just right. I think there was some that were kind of straggling behind, so they're just going to send them around one more time. But man, if you're on slicks, I mean, yes, there's dry lines, but like I said, turn 9. Watch turn. See, look at this is one of the turns. This it's going to be hectic with all these drivers on the course with these varying conditions. As Alex mentioned on the broadcast earlier, some areas dry out quicker than others, and we're seeing that with our camera shots across the racetrack right now. So we're going to see how it all shakes out, but could be some chaos right off the bat.
Yeah, starting to see those little streaks potentially popping up again. So it's going to be interesting if it starts getting to where it's similar to the rainy conditions earlier again. But the field takes its time before it gets rolling here. The radar, we can tell you at the very least, currently shows it away from the track, but the field is just hoping. Keep it clean, stay out of trouble, and you can potentially become a Summer Nationals winner in CKNA competition here in Cincinnati. They're all doubled up to head up to the tram lines. Another attempt to start this one off. 12 laps confirmed up on the board with the previous conditions. This is the final race of the weekend. Green flag is out. We're underway for senior medium. The battle is on up front. It's the outside again for the medium class that gets the best lap. It's Warren up in the front. Some chaos in the heart of the field with some checkups in 3 wide, but Colin Warren is up front.
Yeah, if you're in the back of the pack, I mean, good luck, because look at the mess that you have to navigate through 3 and I think 4 wide through that corner. Somehow, we're all able to make it through cleanly so far.
And you can see Eli Warren nearly getting the bumper, getting touched there in the pink machine as they all close up the first lap through here. Right now, the battle is on for the lead. Look at this, it's 3 wide up front. McKeithen amongst those looking to go. He missed the corner, contact, and that opens the door. Already, multiple different drivers in the conversation. Chad up from 6th to start. They climbed over top. Oh my goodness, Amundsen climbed over the top and is still battling for the lead.
How was that possible? They're in the grass. They're taking out the cones down the front straightaway, arms up in the air. This is crazy racing here as we now have McKeithen, I believe, has taken the lead. What a wild set of corners we had there.
Yeah, now all this is to say, now you have to take a huge deep breath here. All this is to say, it's already been a while to start. McKeithen would really like another victory, but Warren is going for it again. Side by side we go, built up a run with Zimmerman, trying to work his way forward. Zimmerman is in the conversation. He'd like an hour win.
But Justin, is this not what we are expecting from this senior medium class all weekend? They've put on a great show and they've saved, I think, the best for last, because look at this battle for the lead. They're continuing to dice it up front.
Something's going to have to give eventually for a couple of these drivers, possibly. You're going to have to take a huge deep breath and say, okay, what's it going to take for me to get this done cleanly? We've already seen where the limit, I guess you can say for the aggression is going to be. Now it's about, okay, maybe a 7 out of 10 is going to work. Nearly everybody on track, including McKeithen. McKeithen drove off. 2-3 drivers followed off wide in 2.
It was almost like follow the leader. They all took the high line, and they're on those slicks, Justin. They're on the slicks that they went so high that they hit the water, and they all went off the racetrack.
Yeah. And Amundsen was the driver there. Remember the contact previous? We'll see if that comes into play. But right now, they are still battling for the race lead.
Battling for the race lead as we saw more drivers off course there. Now it's a 3-car tandem up here, and you can see at the top of your screen they are reviewing those incidents that you just saw on the racetrack. But here's the lead trio coming through the section down to the start-finish line as 4th through 6th continues to battle it out as well.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the bulletins, obviously, with the button already being pressed, obviously, with the ramifications there. McKeithen falling down the pylon already as a result for obvious reasons. But have we in all of this, that is Tutwiler, that's the one behind there. Alex.
Maybe not yet.
Apologies there on
We'll
that
get-
sequence, as we'll
Yeah,
get
we'll
that
get
sorted
back down
for
to
you.
Alex later. But you can see
What's
the trio still up here. Looks like Zimmerman is trying to mount a charge to get tagged back onto these 3. And then you can see just how split up this field has become due to just all the incidents we've seen on the racetrack. But still some fierce battles deep in the pack, like right here.
Yeah, right now, if it starts pouring, one of the drivers that we've been told to keep an eye on here in this one is Eli Warren. Mind you, I was going to say that, and now he's down the order right now in the midst of some of the chaos here, but was about to say, strengths are going to be huge. Right now, Tutwiler is the one in the lead. It says Sutton, but that 9 machine up over Warren getting assistance.
Yeah, you can see the 2 leaders, first and second, are nose to tail, a little bit spread out throughout the rest of the top 8, top 7 there. Things finally, for the most part, have calmed down after that crazy sequence of events that we saw in the first 5 laps. We'll see if they want to try and you can see avoidable contact for the 84. So, Justin, as expected, some of the penalties starting to come through.
Yes, indeed, avoidable contact. That's Wilkie getting that as all this goes. Sutton, so much Tutwiler is still going on here at this point. Yeah, Tutwiler still trying to work his way through around the track, but still, all this is building up to where Zimmerman is going to be one I think you need to keep an eye on again. I know we talk a lot about the front runners in this kind of a conversation, but when you're talking about 3/10 quicker last time by, Zimmerman is coming up and catching.
Yeah, and Zimmerman's been able to pull away from that pack that he was in for 5th, 6th, and 7th, and he's latched onto the train. You can see the hand signal there, you know, come on, push, help me up the front. I think that is one of those drivers trying to get some assistance there. That's the 136, wanting to maybe get up to that lead as these top 2 are trying to work together as well.
And really speaking, thinking about this, so we have more trouble, chaos again. And that includes Christopher Mitchell coming into a stop. A few more joining on. One of the steel machines believe in that mix. This is continuously starting to see stack up after stack up. Your biggest mover in the race is the 777, by the way. 17th right now for James in that machine to cut through the pack, and that is another one that may potentially have a chance at the top 10. They're battling with Brady Shad, though, already kicking up dirt. Lloyd trying to go wheel to wheel. Owen Lloyd would really like the spot. Shad not happy with the side-by-side and your contacts there. That sees him have to back up and reset.
There are battles all over this racetrack for these different positions. As you can see, the track has dried out nicely, I think, in this race. You can see this corner is completely dry. So the slicks, even though I was a little bit on the fence about if the slicks were the right decision, you can see our leaders are the ones on slicks, and they're the ones driving away here with the lead. Here are our leaders driving away with the lead.
Yep, all this is a pole away from those 4 of near 2 seconds already. Lorenko's doing a good job, we'll say. Heard him wanting to get the bounce back, obviously, in the mediums. He's done a good job putting the head down. He's about 7-8 positions up right now, and looking like he's willing to assist past the halfway point already in this one to close up. Has someone to work with in Lloyd. Behind them, this is the back of the field in comparison. where you're not going to have as many people saying, I'd like to work together and stay content, or you can have spins just like that. Around you go with the wet spots. That is one of your front runners from earlier. Kosovo going around up in the back of the order.
And you saw the frustration there. I think Matt just at himself, just, overstepping the bounds just slightly with some of these wet patches that are still on the track. And here's that lead pack. Zimmerman still latched on the back, hasn't really been able to close the gap right up to the tail of the other drivers, but that could be by design. That could be part of the plan, maybe try to make a charge late here in the race in these final 5 to go.
Yes. Again, that's Tutwiler again to reset. It may say that on the pylon, but remember 09 and 9 in terms of the numbers in that situation. Sutton is the 09 in that scenario. That being said, it will say that there for now, but we're coming up to the home stretch, most importantly here. And Tutwiler has been fast in multiple classes when we've seen Sam this weekend. He's been one of the drivers looking to pick up wins, has picked up some regional wins, a couple wins in terms of the club scene. Was the winner, remember, in junior for the Grand Nationals last year. This would be a big senior victory, to say the least, in 206 here if he was to hold on.
You saw the hand signals there. Everyone, these top 4 staying in line. But Justin, we've watched so many races this weekend. We know it's not going to stay like this through the checkered flag. They're just buying their time. And there we go. Pass for the lead.
Zip on by. Colin Warren up at the front again here in this one. How will this last? Remember, he had to drive 2 hands with one hand on the airbox with the rain in the previous run. Still came away with the top 3 despite a spin. This race all set to find a way here. Mind you, in the conversation, Amundsen is right there, willing to push him though, very comfortable to help out his fellow machine up in front.
Yeah, Amundsen was the fastest driver that time by. Looks like they're trying to work together, maybe gather themselves, but here comes Zimmerman slotting into the 3rd position. We're going to come around this time by and get 2 to go, so about 2.5 laps to go. Can Zimmerman put together an amazing 2.5 laps and pass these 2 in front of him?
Gotta find a way to set it up pretty soon with already 9 complete, 10 this time through complete. Will we see one final drag race for the record books? VLR machinery up towards the front. Tutwiler looking for one more reprieve. Zimmerman waits in the popcorn seat. 2 laps to go.
It's going to be a tall order when you have 2 people working together there in 1st and 2nd place. Now, they're working together with 2 to go, but when does that move come? On the final lap? Are they going to wait till the front straightaway like we've seen all weekend long, but they continue to zigzag their way through the inner portions of this racetrack as they're still single file? Zimmerman now making a move, trying to get that 2nd position.
Here we go. Zimmerman going to have to be smart about this. Find a way to place this go. Here we go. Going up towards the snail section. No one taking any chances to poke. Zimmerman's going to try something, though. A little bit lower. Might be defense, actually, on Tutwiler. Coming up, though, in towards the white flag lap. Tutwiler looks to reset. The point is on. Looking to try and set it up to the rear end. Here we go. They're all saying, let's push. Let's try and get a 1, 2, 3 amongst us. Final time around.
If you're Zimmerman, are you content with a podium or do you want that win? Because he's in position for that podium. One mistake, though, could take him out of that podium position. But these 2 at the front, looks like Zimmerman can't get a good run here on this infield portion. Lap traffic now up in front as well.
Yeah, usually they black flag lap traffic, but here's the thing, it's the final time around. How's that going to fare out? Well, the traffic's going to be very cordial. Just move alongside. No issues, it looks like. That is Sandrowski letting him on go. But now here we go. Zimmerman looking for second. Got alongside. Stares back and forth. Now Tutwiler looks to dive for third. This is allowing the runaway. Colin Warren again. Getting the distance. Traffic builds up even more in front. Colin Warren. He's been one of the top drivers when it comes to this style of racing for years. He's very smart and tactical for these types of positions. He's the one who takes the checkered flag in senior medium.
Wow. Colin Warren loved to see what he saw in that final lap. I think Cale Zimmerman maybe didn't have the speed until the very last second there. I think maybe wanted to make that move one lap earlier, but just didn't have the pass set up to go from second to first on that final lap there. But wow, Justin, what a weekend of racing. We saw it all different conditions, all different strategies. This was the race we were looking forward to all weekend long, and it proved to be one for the record books.
What an end to this day after what's been a whirlwind from start to finish for CKNA competition. Warren yet again getting himself to the top, and you can see discussing things with his friend and Zimmerman, who comes away second. Did I mention just about every single time these two raced against each other this weekend, there were 1-2, Brett?
I mean, that's no surprise. I mean, I think we've said their names the most in this division, but I think there's that old cliche that the cream rises to the top, and I think that's what we saw here in this final main event.
Yeah, in 3 of the possible 4 heats with some of the races that are paired up, they were 1-2 in one order. Let's go trackside.
Helmet off first, but what a race. I mean, didn't really know what we were going to expect there. We had some people on slicks, some people on reins, but it seemed like slicks was the move. Now I got to ask you, is it easier to drive with one hand or 2 hands?
Definitely with 2.
And that race proved that, right? Tell me about it.
I mean, it was just kind of survival to start with. I mean, I made a few mistakes to start with just because it was so slick. But it got better and better. I know the VLR is super good in those conditions, so I knew that we were going to be up there. I looked back and saw Dylan and Cale. Tutwiler started falling off just a little bit, and I signaled to Dylan. I was like, all right, we're going for this. So made the pass, and yeah.
And you've finished with a VLR 1-2-4. I mean, what does this mean for you and your team to have those kind of standings?
It's awesome. I'm really proud of what we've been able to accomplish and grow this year. I feel like the team in general has been growing a lot, and I think we're proving that we have a kart that is a very good kart that can perform in any conditions. We're really fast and heavy now, fast and medium, fast and light, fast in legends. So, yeah, rain and dry. So got a good package for sure.
Awesome, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Colin Warren celebrating at the top of the order here today. A couple penalties of note that did come on through. Remember the Christopher McKeithen situation. He actually got a blocking penalty for the previous part of that segment of incidents. Comes away with the 2 lost position situation as issued. Again, that's still all pending. Any race reviews on those lines. Jackson Young got an avoidable contact penalty for 3. Owen Lloyd got an avoidable contact for 2 as well on top of Wilkie. That's also including David Baker, Lucas Chabot, and Brady Eckhoff have all gotten penalties. Brett, that brings up to a huge question. Your thoughts on how this weekend went, because this was a thriller of a weekend with a lot of drama with the weather, but in the end, I think the field is happy to see some hardware by the end of today.
I mean, what an amazing weekend. Mother Nature threw pretty much everything at these drivers. And Colin Warren, had some burns on his arm from holding down his engine there in the previous seat. But I think Grace has caught up with one of our other top finishers here this afternoon.
We can go over here if that's better.
Yeah, we're actually going to move because we're kind of in the way here. But Cale, what a race you had there. I mean, senior light did not go the way that you wanted to, but a P2, that's pretty phenomenal. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was a good race. We were a little bit high on gear in that scramble, and we just ended up being on the wrong gear, which is kind of all the draw when you're, in between gears back and forth. I want to say thank you to Paulie Massimino and James Overbeck, as well as my dad, for really, really working hard to get my go-kart together. I also want to apologize to McKeithen. Going into 2, we were all just lined up, and I had nowhere to go. I got hit real hard from behind. I hope that you realize that, and it wasn't me trying to take you out at all. That was just a real racing incident. I was locked up for probably 15 feet, had really nowhere to go, so I apologize for that, and I wish that did not go the way that it did. But other than that, yeah, congrats to Colin. Me and him worked really, really good together, and as well as Dylan. I kind of tried to make a move knowing that I didn't have enough gear for the straightaway at the end. Didn't end up working out, wasn't close enough to Colin to try something, but VLR 1-2 regardless, and that's a really good result.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, Cale Zimmerman coming away with the top 2, and you heard him apologizing for the situation. We were talking about some of the physicality with McKeithen.
I grabbed Sam.
Keep in mind, FLKC, RMC Trophy Final, and the Super Cup Series still going on for the respective action, all a part of a quad weekend of events here on Kart Chaser. It's been interesting. Let's send it back down to Grace.
Here with Sam Tutwiler, our P3 finisher. Sam, tell me what you were thinking when it was you and the 3 VLRs and you were out there with no teammate.
Yeah, I kind of noticed I was on a way lower gear than them, so they got me out of the corner, which was fine. I got them back on the straightaway. I just think I was trying to maybe split them up, but I couldn't really get to their bumpers to make a move before the white flag, and then I was too far back, and I kind of got lucky. I think Cale and Dylan got into each other or something happened, and I caught back up and able to make 3rd.
And talk to me about how your package has been able to fluctuate in between the changing conditions we've had this weekend. We've had a lot of scrambles up at the grid and changing setups and stuff. How has that been for you?
Yeah, it's been really good. I mean, we pretty much just ran the whole entire setup the whole entire weekend just the same. That time, big thanks to Mark Steele helping us with the setup because we had no clue what we were doing before that session, and it worked.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and congrats.
Thank you.
It's just about time to say goodbye. I'd like to thank everyone for taking time to speak with us during today's coverage here on Kart Chaser. But with that being said, that ends on-track activities for CKNA Summer Nationals. Once again, thank you for watching today's action here from MCC Cincinnati.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.
Second place, number 9, Kit Dixon. And the big winner, number 75, Maverick Reddick.
Wait, do you get $100?
All the way up there in the top 5. Next class up is going to be juniors. If you're top 5 juniors, we're going to call you up here in just a moment.
Where do you get the paycheck?
And after we're all done, the podium will be available to you.
Hey, he's asking the pertinent question.
Junior class, top 5, 5th place, number 10, Hayden Lawson. And if that name sounds familiar, it should be Fourth place, number 815, Jet Price. Here I see Jet Price.
We're in. I think they're.
Greg? Third place, number 207, Jamie Stewart. Tires over there. I'll grab it. Did I get it right?
Dad, you get it in your bank.
No, can you get it around? Yeah.
Dad, you get it in your bank.
Second place, number 809, Tegan Schneider.
Why you got fish flops on, dog?
Tegan or Tegan? And a winner, number 477, Isaac Payne.
Good job, Isaac.
I'm not ready. Not ready.
I just see you have it. Good job.
How about cadet class? Top 5, 5th place, number 241, Elam Stoner. Fourth place, number 93, Mateo Romeo.
Good job, Mateo.
Third place, number 12, James Fox. You're obviously the crowd favorite. Second place, number 23, Maddox Neves. Okay. And that's what I said once or twice before. The winner, number 31, Spencer Height. Senior heavy, top 5, 5th place, number 119, the boy from South Georgia, Owen Lloyd. Where are you, Owen? Hey, Cross, Georgia. Here he comes. Fourth place, number 955, Randall Potter. Yeah. Randall Potter, are you here? Let's go, okay. Third place, number 54, Clay Settles. Yeah! 23, Wicked Nick Sobiak. Fourth. It'd be on the far side, right after, yeah. Wicked Nick, are you here? You're going way back there. You know you're coming up. Come on.
Oh, Jeff, can you send these to me?
No. And the big winner, number 991. How about it? Ben Lyda. Way to go, Ben.
Take your time, winner.
Polish Eagle?
Yeah, I am actually. Believe it or not.
Usually it's in my mouth. Sportsman! Top 5, 5th place, number 9, Ryan Hall! Where are you, Ryan? Good job. 4th place, number 104, all the way from Peru, by the way, Cristobal Ricci. Yay! That was a long pull. 3rd place, number 217, Mikey Todd.
Yay, Mikey! Good job!
2nd place, number 124, Austin Taylor. In the 1st place, number 126, Camila Cadet.
Excuse me, I think I should start doing this. Wait.
It's a good idea. Maybe we'll hire you to build our trophies.
Senior life.
That's cool. I like that.
Yay! Come on, Senior Light. Any fans? Senior Light, 5th place, number 41, Adriana Yanuzzi.
Congratulations.
You too.
Good job, Kimmy.
Oh, no, of course. Thank you guys for coming. We need that check back. That's just for her.
Oh, yeah, the checks are coming.
That's for everybody. Yep. Oh, you put it back? Wherever it was. Adriano. 4th place, number 46, Addison Iannello. Hey, Addie. There she is. Don't take the check off. 3rd place, number 111, Colin Warren. Where are you, Colin? Where's the mountain? Did somebody take?
That's fine. Just go.
Okay.
I'll figure it out at the end.
Colin Warren, where's Colin?
He's down there.
Is he? Okay. Is he? 2nd place, number 369, Major Makowskis. Dad, do you seriously have sleeves? Dad, I've never seen you with sleeves before. Oh. And the big winner, number 1, Christopher McKeithen.
No, you don't get that. We have Colin stand there. Hold on, Colin stand there. Look at him.
Good job, Chris.
Hold on, Dave. Oh, hang on. Oh, sorry. All right. Gotcha.
All right. You know that lady? Please.
Abby's showing who's boss.
Thank you.
Yeah, you just self-serve.
So legends, and I guess we're missing a few, so somebody grabs Fifth place, number 158, Jody Covington. Jody Covington, there we are. Okay. Fourth place, number 212, Brad Estes. Third place, number 401, Dr. Todd Barron. Oh! Second place, number 15, James Perkins. There you go, James. And a big winner, number 22, Todd Bolton. Where are you, Todd?
Your one sticker's upside down.
Yours cracked. Hit.
Hey! How about Master? Top 5, fifth place, number 77, King Michael Dickler. Daughter, probably handing down. Fourth place, number 14, J.D. Gunn. Greatest name in motorsports. J.D.
It's bringing Kid Kart to Podiums.
Second place, number 456, A.J. Ryrack. Well, I'm on. Here we go. And a big winner, number 428, Amy Bad Rat Bradford.
We love short men.
Hey, it's kind of getting a little close to home there, Stacy.
I love you, Dave. Smile.
Here, guys.
Awesome.
Yay! And a final class. Senior medium. Fifth place, number 200, Levi Getz. Where's Levi? Levi Getz. Anybody see Levi? Okay, we're going to move right along. Fourth place, number 29, Aiden Lorenko. Aiden? All right. Senior medium. Oh, Aiden Lorenko right there. Fourth, I'm sorry. Fourth. Yeah. Third place, number 9, Slammin' Sammy Tutwiler. There he is. Second place, number 505, K.O. Zimmerman. And the big winner, he's been up here once or twice before, number 211, Colin Warren.
Have fun getting up there, bro.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. I'll send you this piece. Yeah. Thanks, Greg. It'll be way easier to get it shipped to you then, too.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.